7 minutes past the hour. A brand new day here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello, how are you? I'm Speedy over there, Greg, Helmsy, Adler right in there. We are the Good Time Gang, and we have got things rolling for you. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. So about an hour from now, we will be hearing from Rick, play the national anthem, and the main show will start. We thank you so much for always making us part of your day. We've got a busy show today. The Wheel of Meat has spun. We know that, so that is off the table this week. Doesn't mean we still can't have a good time. We got a lot happening today. RBU, we have got PGA pro golfer Bubba Watson on the show today. We'll talk about, or I should say show, the podcast today. That's part of RBU this week. That'll publish Saturday morning, so make sure you've got your notifications set where you get that when it hits, and you're also subscribing to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. But we'll talk to him about his new memoir and up and down victories and struggles in the course of life. It releases on November the 2nd, and we'll talk to him about that and his career, his faith, how it helped him with public mental health struggles, and the recent break with his caddy, and the whole 9 yards. They're proud to be from Pensacola, Florida, and we'll talk to him today as part of RBU, record that, and then that will publish Saturday morning. All right, well, let's bring them in. You heard me announce their names. Adler's in there. Greg and Helmsy to my right. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Charged up, ready to go.
Charged
another
up,
day.
Ready to go for another day. Series tied in the World Series, 1-1. The Astros beat the Braves 7-2 last night. I got in really late last night, heard most of it on the radio, and then
they got hammered.
Got home, and in the seventh, when Altuve hit a solo shot to make it 7-2, that's when I just turned it off and went to bed. So I called about an inning or two on TV. Most of it was on the radio traveling back from Huntsville, but looked like they had pretty from what I could tell, it seemed like they had control of the game pretty much the entire
from the
time.
jump. Yep.
Yeah.
And
Astros, and more Astros.
Smoltz did a good job explaining, because Max Fried has been ridiculous
Yes.
over the last 13 or 14 years, and 13, 14 games. And Smoltz said, hey, look, you need to understand something about this matchup, and this is the way baseball is with matchups. You just never know what night, who's going to show up. Max Fried can be 13 and 1 in his last 14 games, and you run into a Houston Astros offense like this.
Yeah.
And Fried loves to go in on the righties and stay away from the lefties. Well, guess what the lefties like to do for the Astros, and guess what the righties like to do for the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was not a good matchup for him. You saw it early, and saw our buddy Kendall Graveman come in the ninth. I did not watch it. I had a meter of either 9:30 or a 5-run lead, whatever happened first.
Mm-hmm.
That was my go-to-bed meter last night. And so in the seventh, I guess it was, the home run made it 7-2, and I went Betty bye.
Yeah.
So
on the ESPN radio, they were talking a lot about Fried. The only concern they have is Game 5 against the Dodgers. He only made it a couple of innings, so his last two outings have not been great. So, but the series is tied 1-1, and they were, the Braves would take that going back to Atlanta.
They would.
You'd love to be 2-0. Who wouldn't? But you'll take 1-1 coming out of Houston.
Lots changed with the Morton going down, and so you don't know what's you're going to do pitching wise. It was almost like the Braves were doing some kind of audition, bringing in a couple of guys last night for one inning apiece to see, okay, who are we going to start? Are we going to do a bullpen game at some point? What's the deal there? Obviously, you got Ian Anderson, and if you can get a lead or be around, you've got your lefties that are so good, and Matzik and Smith. But we'll see. It's going to get interesting. They'll travel today, and then we'll go back at it for 3 games Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I've got to, I haven't looked to see if Joe Buck is on the call. He probably is. But tonight, the NFL, it never ends because, the Major League Baseball has a night off. They crank back up in Atlanta on Friday. Tonight's Thursday night game. Greg, I know how you hate NFL on Thursday nights. It's on Fox and the NFL Network. The Packers and the Cardinals. Can you believe the Cardinals are 7-0?
I can't.
I mean, that's amazing.
I can't believe the Packers are 6-1.
No, so it's a good game.
Because when they played that first game, and Rodgers had that whole deal at preseason and all throughout the year, when he lost that first game and the way he lost it, we thought, well, goodness, this is going to be a long year for them.
Yeah.
Well, no. All he needed was one game to kind of get his feet up under him, and here we go.
Yeah. It'll be played in Arizona at State Farm Stadium, but it's the Packers at the Cardinals. That's a 7:20 p.m. Central Time kick on Fox and the NFL Network. So Joe Buck doesn't have a night off.
No.
That's funny.
Houston to Arizona, back to Atlanta.
Joe's a busy man.
This time of year, it is.
He is. He's a busy man.
I bet he got a big old check.
Yeah, he does. I speaking of Joe Buck, he was on. I was listening to him from a podcast, and he was talking about how it's really. And we're really going to have the problem in the new studio. But, sometimes you got to go use the bathroom. And he was talking about how he was using the bathroom in a commercial break and had to use the bathroom in a bottle. And they came out of break early. And he actually called a Brett Favre touchdown while peeing in a bottle.
Well, that doesn't happen.
This is his go-to story. So anytime anybody asks him about what is one of his most memorable things that's happened in a booth, this is his go-to. And I heard him tell Stephen Colbert this one time in an interview. And he got really graphic with it on what he was having to do. And then he said once he got stage fright. And he had to deal with that throughout this process that you're talking about.
Stage fright.
Yeah, it was the Smartless podcast he was on, and he was talking about
you know who's in that Smartless. You know who does the Smartless podcast? Jason Bateman.
Oh yeah, I have heard
Bateman.
that.
There's a couple other guys that do it with him.
I've heard that.
Here's Joe right here. Take a listen. This is funny. Didn't play. Right there. How about that?
That don't sound like Joe.
Hey, well, I tell you what.
I have peed in a bottle while calling an NFL touchdown. I swear to God.
Really?
I was peeing in a trash can.
Good for you.
It's true.
That's crazy.
They handed me like a little water bottle. I'm like, I can't. The half wouldn't end.
So that's not going to do it. Give me
that. And I was wearing a parka because it was freezing. It was in Milwaukee.
While you're talking, you did that. While you're speaking,
we came back from a break. I was peeing and the action started, and I called a touchdown while urine was coming out of me.
Yeah, and it was a Brett Favre touchdown while using the bathroom.
Well, there you go.
And nobody knew it while he was live. It just happened. It just happened.
Well, he kept his composure,
except Troy,
so to speak.
Yeah.
Troy was uncomfortable. But
sure.
Right.
He does. And to your point about what we're going to have to deal with, that is and he goes on in other interviews to say that that's one of the things that he looks out for. It's the first thing he looks out for when he arrives at these stadiums is how close is the bathroom.
What's the bathroom situation? When we would do a lot of road shows, turkey tosses, and everything, that was the first question we asked. How close is the bathroom?
Yes.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We appreciate you tuning in, as always, making us part of your day. As we roll on back, your phone calls are always welcome. You help produce this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Eddie Van Adler is here. He's got TV rolling. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There is Helmsy. You know, it's hard to believe we were sitting down with our middle child, JC, who is in college and 20 years old today. We were talking to him last night about what happened 20 years ago and what was going on, and the fact that 20 years ago is when we did the 13 Days of Horror, where we would the Rick and Bubba crew would go out, the little Rick and Bubba Ghostbusters, and we would go out and get into trouble and do more of a Scooby-Doo kind of investigation, and then it got weird, and we ended up stopping doing it. But it was always it was always fun because we had great intentions. Now, this is when we would pull interns, Ryan Greenwood, Christopher Columbus. We'd all go. We'd document video. We'd document audio. We'd have paranormal experts with equipment, and we'd go out and we would use like a mini disc recorder, and we would record the audio and match it with video, and it was quite an undertaking, to be honest with you. And we would try our hardest, but 13 is a lot, and we would start 13 days out, 13 work days out from Halloween, and we would do one a morning. And it was something that we would try to get ahead of, but then whenever it got towards the end of that, we'd always have to be doing them the night before. And so we'd find ourselves like out of state at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, getting back at 2, 3, 4, editing the entire overnight, and then when the show started, trying to have it ready by the time 7, 8 o'clock hit. And so this day, 20 years ago, I was coming back from Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and we had gone.
Y'all couldn't find anything closer?
Well, that was that.
Y'all didn't use up all the hauntings.
Couldn't go to Wetumpka?
Yeah, well.
There got to be something haunting.
Well, the problem is that when you do so many, we had been to all those places, and then you start getting calls about famous places in Tennessee and Mississippi and Georgia.
You've never been through the 13 Alabama guys.
Oh, man, you telling me? I mean, you name a haunted house and some legend, and I can tell you, oh, we've been there. Yeah. But it was a lot of fun, and it was, the audience loved it. Don Juan would always, I would get every shirt I wore would be ruined because the collar would be stretched from him pulling on me and Speedy. But anyway, we went to an old cemetery in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and it was an okay 13 Days of Horror, but we struggled that night to get anything. And we found it was cold, and we're out there in the middle of nowhere, and it's spooky. I'll give you that. And here's another thing too: is you had to have permission if you're on somebody's property. So if it was a private property, then of course, just the landowner would say, yeah, you can come out. If it wasn't, then you had to go city officials, county, who owns it. And so you couldn't just go running around in a cemetery at night. You had to have approval to do that, which took time and setting it up and getting to the right person. And it turned into quite a little project. But the night that JC was born into the overnight, I was in Tennessee. So picture this.
Didn't make it here. So.
Picture this. It's probably 2 a.m. in the morning, and I'm coming home, and Terry was spending the night with her parents, who lived right over here off Kentucky Avenue. It was really close to the station.
Go by that house every day.
Yeah, and little, we weren't here, but little I know how much this little area here plays into JC. And I am getting off. I'm just being really local here, but I'm getting off Valleydale Road, right past the junction, going home to off 261 and going home because we were smart enough to go, hey, we're this close. You need to be with your parents in case something happens. Don't be home alone. No. Tyler was young, and so I get the call a little after 2, maybe 2:10 or so, and it's Jim. And when the phone answered, the phone rang, I knew something was up. Who's calling me at 2:10 in the morning?
Nobody.
And I saw it, and I was like, "What's wrong?" He goes, "It's time." And I've told y'all this. I don't know why, but I had really thick gloves because it was cold. I had a toboggan, gloves, and everything else. And I'm getting off the exit ramp, And when he told me it was time, for some reason, I put my cold gloves on in the car. Like it was, I mean, I'll never forget that. I don't know. I have no idea. But I was able to turn around and get to the house by the time they were at the car. And she was scheduled to have, the delivery with a doctor that was at a hospital that was 25 minutes away. And she was already starting the process, if you know what I mean. I won't get too graphic. Yeah. And
it's time.
And it's time.
Water
So then we call the hospital and they go, well, the doctor is off today. One of his partners can do it. They'll meet. And then we start thinking, we're right over the hill from a very nice hospital right here.
Yeah.
Why are we traveling 25 minutes away and she's over there in pain and all this kind of stuff? And we just made an executive decision. We swung that car around and went to Brookwood Hospital. And
somebody there could pull it off.
Yeah. And that's where we ended up meeting the doctor that was going to be JC's and Reese's doctor, and had a great relationship with him. But isn't it funny how God works things out? And he just happened to be on duty that night. They took care of us, and within 2 hours, JC was born. That's how close it was.
20 years ago.
20 years ago. And JC never gets tired of that story. He goes, tell it to me again.
That's a good story.
And we're sitting around
Not
talking.
many people are out ghost chasing and then end up having their child.
Not at all.
All in the same swoosh.
Yeah. And now he's a little Rick and Bubba NIL athlete. How about that?
Go. That's right.
But it's just it's just funny how they grow up, and it's fast.
It's crazy.
You know that. You got your one grown.
No, I got them.
Hmm?
A couple of them.
And they all go, "Hey, it happens quick, man."
It does.
And
They're
then
not
you're like,
lying.
and you're like, "Yeah, I know," but no, it really does.
No, it really does.
Yeah.
You don't want to plan.
And back then, even though it's like just 20 years ago, it's funny how for each kid, like with Tyler, there's pictures, but not as many. And that's because we weren't as advanced with technology, with cell phones that had great picture quality. Back then, you had to have like a camera and then download it and all. And then with JC, it got a little bit better. But with Reese, the quality pictures are so much better because over time, technology just went along. Like if you're at an event or something like that, now you can pull out your phone, take a pretty good quality picture.
Sure.
Back then, you couldn't. Back then, you had to have a sure enough camera.
You can
and
video
then go back.
your phone. Back then, you used to have that camera on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Remember the shoulder camera?
Oh, yeah. You had
the
that.
big
and then-
VHS in it.
Yeah. Then you had to have a Canon or some Wolf camera that you have to go home and download into your computer and then find a way to get it printed or something. It was just complicated. But 20 years old today, J.C. Wilburn.
20 years
John
old.
Calvin Wilburn.
Went fast.
The third.
03.
03. Dad being in hospital, they call me John Wilburn. They won't call me Calvin, and that's his name. So it's weird to me. They go John, and I'm just sitting there, and it's hey, we're talking to you.
Hey, John Jr. John Jr.
He's John. I'm Calvin.
Yeah.
But John's on my tag.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they put yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll
John
come back.
Jr.
But anyway, that's today.
Well, how about that?
That's
Congratulations,
today.
Happy
JC,
birthday.
Big 2-0.
A big 2-0. Big 2-0. And at that age, all he wanted was clothes and money.
That's it. They're easy.
Yeah.
They're easy to figure out.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. I am Speedy alongside Greg, Helmsy, Adler, the Good Time Gang. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour for the main show. Today, we're excited because Rick and Bubba University is going to feature pro golfer Bubba Watson. And he's got a new memoir coming out, Up and Down, Victories and Struggles in the Course of Life. upanddownbook.com, spell out and, is the website. And it's really going to, it's really going to be a great podcast because they're going to talk about a lot of different things. But one thing that jumped out at me, did y'all know he owned his own ice cream shop in Pensacola called Bubba's Sweet Spot? Did y'all know that?
I did not.
And he's got a number of different
Sounds
things.
like something Bill Bubba Bussy would own.
He's part ownership of the minor league team down there. Got him a dealership and done very successful and likes to give back to the community there in Pensacola.
Yeah.
But
owns a General League.
Yeah, he does. He bought that in 2012.
Not sure how that helps the community, but
well, that one I think he
cool.
just he was in the news then.
Sure.
Won the Masters in 2012, 2014. But anyway, he's got a new book coming out, and it's going to be a great talk today with him about that book. And he doesn't hide the fact that he suffered from mental health struggles and how he dealt with that and how his faith played a big factor in that. So that's Rick and Bubba University this week, and look forward to talking to Bubba Watson. All right, so as we roll on, there's a lot of stories out there. Good night, alive. I caught a little bit of, had a lot of window shield time yesterday, back and forth. Still don't understand how you truckers do it. Y'all just on the road all the time. Don't get it.
Did you say window shield?
Yeah.
Isn't it windshield?
It is. It's windshield, but I was going to leave it alone.
Whatever.
I was just,
just car shield, whatever. Just car shield. I don't know. That's actually a sponsor, but
not the same thing.
Yeah. Just I don't even know where I'm at. Just give me a break if you don't mind.
That's why I didn't say anything. You've had a rough week. I thought, man, I'm just going to let it go.
We're just full of energy
and a lot more left.
Yeah.
But yesterday I am coming past the
window shield
Trash Pandas new stadium there.
That's a nice park.
Toyota Field, and I am coming over the hill. And I see brake lights.
Oh,
now, understand, I'd been at the hospital all day.
Nothing worse.
With Dad, and I'm like, so I've got a 2-hour and 15-minute trip home, and it just changed everything. And it's just to a dead stop there on 565. And I'm like, oh, no. I'm talking to my sister at the time, and I'm like, oh, no. She's like, what's wrong? I'm like, well, probably nothing. For me, it's just there's brake lights. I'm seeing brake lights as far as I can see.
That's the worst thing you can see when you're on the interstate.
And there were brake lights and about 5 miles per hour stop, 2 miles per hour stop. From there all the way to the Huntsville International Airport.
At the stadium?
No, it's just that's where it stops.
Because they'll have a movie night.
Yeah, that wasn't it. It was a wreck or something past the Huntsville International Airport.
Goodness.
And it was all the way through Madison, Alabama. I was stuck in traffic for probably 45 minutes, maybe.
I can't stand that.
Yeah. At one point, you're like...
I backed up the on-ramp. You ever done that? You're going to get in trouble if they catch you.
Well, yeah, Greg, you shouldn't do that.
But I've done it.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
I'll do it in a minute.
Well, you'll need car shield then.
Yeah. Well, I saw people panicking. I saw them trying to make U-turns and everything else.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to. I'm that guy. I never give up. I said, there's got to be something I can do.
Well, I start pulling up the iMaps just to see, and I knew there wasn't. What else? Is there any other way home?
Give me another route.
Please. But by the time you turn around and you go through South Huntsville and there's detours
back
there.
Up the off-ramp.
Oh, my gracious alive. It added 20 minutes to the trip. So I'm like, but, there's something about even if something takes further, if you're moving, it feels better. What is that?
Oh, yes. I'll drive way out of my way to not sit.
Yeah.
I'll add 50 miles to the trip just to not sit. I will.
Yeah.
Done it deliberate.
Yeah. So, anyway, that added about 45 minutes to the night. But I just eased on and just like,
What about when it fakes you off and you okay, it's picking up? And I was like, right back.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you go down.
And then you slam your brakes on, nearly hit
somebody. But I was just sitting there, and I can be impatient when I'm driving, and I try to work on that. But like these 18-wheelers, they need to get over, and they got their blinker on, and nobody wants to get behind them, so they don't let them over. You know, and it's like he just needs to get over, and if you'll just get over, then we'll all go. You know, and it's just give and take a little bit because it bottlenecks down there because everything's down to one lane. But if we would just all help each other and go one,
yeah.
But that doesn't happen.
No,
people don't think like that.
You know, and then they all want to fly down there in the left lane, and then it just bottlenecks up, and so then it takes forever to get through it.
But then again, those people that when they say, okay, left lane closed, ever how many miles ahead, you know it's closed.
Yeah.
Get out of it. Don't wait till the end.
Yeah.
And then because you pass everybody, and then you try to
right.
Go. That ain't
yeah.
right. It makes me mad. Get in line at some point.
Yeah.
Don't wait till the very end.
I saw not too long ago one of the truckers. He actually moved his truck over to that left lane and took up half that left lane to stop everybody from doing that.
That's a good move.
And it moved pretty good.
Yeah,
it's almost like I looked at him like, okay, I got you.
Good move,
he looked at me
big
like,
guy.
how about that? Huh? we're not bottlenecking up. Huh? How about that?
Those people act.
Yeah, but so anyway, that was a little bit of drama yesterday coming home, but nothing too bad. It wasn't awful, but it was one of those things where you just like, I'm out in it, I guess. I don't know what else to do about it.
Then you finally just accept it.
You
have
do.
to. I get mad and I look for every option to get out of it, and finally I go, okay, this is it. This is what it is. It is what it is.
Right.
But at least if you're moving a little, those when you're just sitting, when you're just sitting.
Right.
Oh.
I had
you have no hope.
Do y'all remember where this "why won't anybody help me" came from?
Do I remember it? Can't forget it. Ever.
Had another.
I have nightmares.
Had another one of those moments yesterday. It wasn't quite as bad, but when you're trying to get out of the Huntsville Hospital, it's $2 to park. They don't count how many hours you're there.
Which I like that.
It's $2.
Yeah.
$2 to get out.
Yeah.
But you have to take tokens or you have to take quarters or it's debit card or whatever. Well, everybody will get to that arm and get two blocked if they don't have a token.
Yeah.
And it can back up forever.
Yeah.
Well, as you're leaving the Huntsville Hospital, they have the little machines where you can put your money in, cash, debit, whatever, and just get a token, and then you just put the token in, and you go out. Well, the token machine was empty when I was leaving yesterday.
That's a big deal.
It is. And it's right by the ICU waiting room, which has it going on. I got to tell you, it's got like recliners, and they like turn the lights down. I mean, people are sleeping because you got to understand a lot of the caregivers and support for these patients they're long-term folks, and they're having major surgery, and so it's right outside that door. Well, I come out and there's this elderly lady, and she's just looking at it. And I knew that it was empty because I'd already tried it.
Somebody.
And she's like, one of the staff members, and they didn't hear her probably, but hey, ma'am, and she's out there, and I'm like, I see what's going on.
You had to get up.
I
too.
see what's
You
going on.
You have to. I wouldn't be able to let it go.
And then at one point she's like, Craig, why won't anybody help me? And I'm like, it brought me back to that day when nobody was helping that lady, and we could all see what was going on, and she just wanted to be moved, and was like, why won't anybody help me?
What'd you do?
I went over and helped her.
He did what everybody does.
I went over and I said,
ma'am,
they're empty.
Hey,
I said, ma'am, is that bad?
Is that Kate's?
I think it was.
I thought I saw Kate's on your phone.
And I said, ma'am, that's empty, but here's the deal. Do you have quarters or whatever? Yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, it's going to take that. Well, what do I do? And I'm like, well, just a little old thing, just the cutest little old lady. Okay, real trouble getting around, and she didn't know how to get back to the parking deck. Huh?
I'd been out of there. She's grown.
Greg, there's a twist and a turn where if you don't know how to get to the parking deck, you're lost.
Well, she got in there somehow.
What?
How'd you get in the building?
Greg Burgess. It brought me back to sitting with y'all at that table, and that lady screaming for help.
Somebody.
Yeah, she did. She was like, ma'am, how do I get out of here? I was like, wow.
You said, I got it.
But people just walking
that lady
by.
goes, a bald guy with the goatee is going to help.
But I know everybody's in handles. People just walking by her left and right.
Sure.
Just ignoring her. And she was just sitting there staring at it.
Yeah. Two blocked at the coin machine.
Yeah.
Do you know the place you're talking about? We would go visit one of our friends, and we can't do that anymore because of the pandemic. But every single time we went, something happened that we walked away going, I can't believe that happened. I mean, it was every single time. Not to that level,
Somebody.
but it was.
You talking about like when I was admitting my dad and somebody fell in the lobby? I was like, oh my God! Oh yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
All right, so we got 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. This portion of the show brought to you by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. I mean, right now you can save $200 on your mattress, so don't put this off any longer. And Greg, you say it's an easy process. Not only is it American-made furniture and all that kind of good stuff, but you know, it comes right to your door. You know, you can take a little survey. You know how you want your mattress and what
your
size.
preferences are.
I mean, it's good stuff, y'all. It is going to come right to your door, soft, medium, firm. Do you even need a Helix Plus mattress? How do you need it?
That's right.
And then you know that when it comes to that door, your mattress is going to be fit for you.
And you know what the best part is? You got 100 days to decide if you like it or not.
That's it.
And you're going to like it.
Yep. Helix Sleep.
That's your guarantee.
HELIX. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You're going to save $200. Plus, as Greg said, 100-day free trial, and you get the 10-year warranty. So there is nothing to lose. Shipped right to your door, and that $200 savings is big. So right now, check them out. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. If you're in the market for a new mattress, do not buy one until you go there and check them out. Proud to bring you the Rick and Bubba Show. Or you can always go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. Did y'all see that there's drama in Cleveland? Have you seen this?
No, what?
Major League Baseball, the Indians are sued by local roller derby team over the planned name change. You remember the Cleveland Indians are going to now be the Cleveland Guardians. Well, a roller derby team.
Forgot about that.
Roller derby team says, "Not so fast, my friend. We're the Guardians."
First of all, I didn't know roller derby still existed.
I didn't either.
I don't. I remember as a kid seeing it on TV every now and then. Never really understood how it worked.
The roller derby team claims the former Indians are infringing on their trademark. And for years, MLB has faced accusations of racism over names and all this kind of stuff. We won't get into all that, but the Indians announced that they are changing their names to the Guardians back in July. And now the roller derby team's going, no. We've been that since 2013. So hold on, my friend.
I believe they could both exist and not really cross paths much.
So I think the roller derby team is messing up here because they could easily go to the Cleveland Guardians and go, hey, we've been using this. Our logo's very similar. Why don't we do some mutual things at the ballpark during the season? It'll help their brand. And now they're suing them instead.
They're looking for a check now.
And so that's all they're doing.
Yeah. Surely, though,
that's ridiculous.
How much a spectator sport roller derby is.
I'm like you, Greg. I didn't know it still went on.
Basically, what I remember of roller derby, it was professional wrestling on skates.
That's it. You just,
isn't that it?
Yeah, you just skate around in circles and tries to get through everybody.
The person with the helmet on scores points, but everybody else just fights.
Yeah, there's something to that effect. I mean, there's blockers, and you're trying to knock people
down. The person
down.
with the helmet on scores.
It's always uncomfortable watching the women do it.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I used to come on TV all the time when I was a kid.
Right.
We thought it was great.
And then there'd be like fights, and everybody's trying to stand up on the roller derby. Yeah, they're trying to. The roller skates are, people's falling down. And every now and then they'd bring like different things out there, like a bicycle or was that a movie?
I've never seen that, but
they would bring something
drive
out.
Cars and hit people. I remember that.
Yeah,
egg.
Yeah,
no, they'd shoot at them. Remember?
You got them in cars now. I thought
Speed's making
no, it was something that they would ride
brought
around
a bicycle out.
It was something, some prop. Just
Okay.
It was for entertainment.
Maybe they did.
It was for entertainment, just for fun. But yeah, they would do little things. I do remember that. I don't know if it was a movie or real, but I remember it.
I had to Google it.
Huh?
I got to find that.
I don't know how you Google that.
I don't know.
But anyway, that's happening in Cleveland.
Remember they'd sent dogs out and they would chase
What
them.
if they did?
Yeah, that was a good part.
You got all that. I love your exaggeration. But Major League Baseball's Indians being sued because they're like, hey, we're the Guardians, not you.
Well,
completely forgot they'd changed their name.
I'm not looking forward to that at all.
I'm looking at the jerseys and stuff now. They do look good. I do like the look of them, but completely forgot. Like, if we're saying Cleveland Indians, that just continued to stick.
Mm-hmm.
If you wouldn't have had this story, I would have just considered them still the Indians.
Yeah. All right, so Washington football team.
They're going to be the Guardians.
I know that they said, hey, we're going to be this for a couple of years and gradually change their name. Do you think they ever will, or do you think they're going to stay like they are?
You would think it eventually for merchandise reasons, and but now they're getting the win-win because they're able to. He's struggled with it for 3 days now.
Yeah, is the mic attacking you? Is it on? Does it have roller skates?
Right. It's not acting right.
All right.
They're able to cash in on this new, the Washington football team stuff, and that'll eventually run out. And then they can add. I thought they were going to do it like last year, and they haven't
did
changed
say they
it.
were going to.
They just never have.
Yeah,
they haven't.
I think they're saying yes, we will eventually because they said it will not be the Warriors for some reason. They've already announced that. So
I don't know what I don't know. I actually like what they're doing.
Yeah,
keep it simple.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, but that's just weird that you got a roller derby team suing them, and we'll see. To your point, they probably just want some money, something out of it.
Yeah.
Or they're like, no, we are the Guardians. But surely they knew that before they changed the name. Hey, we got a roller derby team over here, right?
They didn't even.
That's
know
an
they
easy
existed.
Google.
They didn't even know they existed.
You don't think?
Well, I mean, like it matters.
Are they saying that it's that just the logo and whatnot is close, and that's what they're doing? Because I hate to break it to the roller derby team, there have been people called Guardians before.
Guys, how many teams are called the Tigers?
We've had movies.
The Tigers, the Wildcats.
So
I mean, that's
it must be something specific
but as far as
to what they're doing.
As far as the Cleveland Guardians, there's been only one, and that's the roller derby team since 2013.
in roller derby, but not in baseball. That's two different sports.
Well,
so it doesn't matter.
They sued them in federal court in Cleveland on Wednesday.
It
now,
says,
if there was another baseball team that was the Cleveland Guardians, okay, I got it.
The lawsuit says a major league club cannot simply take a smaller team's name and use it for itself.
Mm-hmm.
Since when?
Who said that?
That's what's in the suit.
Is that their statement?
Yeah.
No, actually, you can.
Last time I checked, you can do that.
It's being done.
There's got to be more to it. Maybe the logo looks similar,
or do they want people talking about roller derby?
Well, like we're doing right now. Would we have ever brought that up?
PR plan? That's smart.
No.
I don't know.
We wouldn't have brought up the daggum Guardians roller derby team in Cleveland if it wasn't for this story. So
Wasn't there a roller derby team in Birmingham for a while?
Yeah, that's the one that used bikes.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the bike roller derby team.
I'm going to Google that. I got to look it up.
I don't know. It might have been a movie. I can't remember.
You were serious about it.
Well, they brought out things other than them just skating onto the course.
Oh, you remember?
And
the floor would open up and tigers would come out.
Ooh,
I'm sorry, that was Gladiator.
What if Gladiator was on skates? That'd have been something. I don't know. I can't remember. It probably was a movie.
I hope it was.
It might be.
You talking about the movie, The Great Roller Bike?
There've been some movies out about roller derby. What was?
Have they?
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the? Wasn't we supposed to get a new Major League Baseball team like in Nashville or something? Wasn't that supposed to happen?
That was. You're right.
Is that coming up? Is that happened? Is there any movement in that?
There was talk about.
Yeah.
That. I can't remember the story.
And I don't know if that was like 2022, 2023,
or
did the pandemic shut all that down? Right. What happened with that? Hey, Helms, quick Google, buddy. I can look it up, but
y'all keep talking.
No, you're thinking about the USFL.
But wasn't that? I thought in my mind that was a.
I remember doing a real story about it.
Yeah,
because they were the Nashville Crusaders.
All right, so I did a quick Google search. Roller derby using bikes, and not much is coming.
Not
up.
a lot happening.
No,
that's surprising. I thought you were all over that.
Tour de France came up. I don't think that.
Well, no offense. Quiet roller derby. What was the roller derby team when we were growing? The Rockers, wasn't that the famous team? Or did I make that up?
Hey, Greg, I don't know.
I'm going back to roller derby.
Rick and Bubba.
6
Minutes
gravy,
past
please.
the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with
To
us.
my knees.
We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody ready to go? Everybody ready to go? All right, so we'll kind of work through the stories of the day. And, of course, you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The gang's all here. We got Calvin Speedy Wilburn. We got the real Greg Burgess. We've got Helmsy. And we got Eddie Van Adler. Team Rick and Bubba ready to unpack those stories and speak with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, the Wheel of Meat's already done, so that's behind us. But things you need to know. What's going on here? What in the world? I thought to myself, that song is haunting me so bad it's in my head now. This right here is not. It's not as good. It's good technology. Boy, the user friendliness for what we need to use it for. Really better just to lock it into your automobile and ride around. But anyway, we have a lot to cover now. The Wheel of Meat, as I said, is already over, but we do have an archive from yesterday's Bible study. It's out there if you want to grab that today. And Bubba and I record a new version of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. That will be out this weekend. Bubba Watson will be our guest. He's got a new book. We'll walk through that and his life story on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. So go ahead and make plans to grab that on your time. Right there he is. There's the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional Uncheaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Watson! There's that haunting song, Bubba. How are you?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere.
He came into the
Yep.
Played that for J.C. Wilburn's 20th birthday today.
Thank
How
you,
about
Rick.
that?
How about that one?
That one hit home.
That'll do it.
How about that?
J.C. turned 20 just the other day. Came to the wedding. But there were handles to do.
Didn't see him
Games
much.
to win.
I said, Sonny, we'll do it Saturday.
Right. Oh, my
look
goodness.
at him right there.
There he is. 20 years old today, J.C. Wilburn.
That's something else.
Rick and Bubba kids all turning into adults. So strange.
Yeah.
Next generation coming along through Helmsley and Adler.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got a lot to do today, guys. So I know that there's opportunities to talk about all sorts of things today, but Adler, that I want to start out by showing the guys the picture that I sent you. Just thumbs up when you get it. You know, we have different levels out there of commitment to the show.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that there's nothing, I mean, that does our heart more good than to see somebody that says, I'm sold out for the show.
Love it.
I mean,
Love it. Fires me up.
I know y'all do the same thing I do.
I think about it the next morning when I get up.
Yeah, when we're out and about, it could be something as unexpected as I'm just going through my day.
Yeah.
And someone comes up and offers a little encouragement. It could be a full-blown set-up grip and grin. Where you know you're going to get to meet people. It could be any of that. And the thing that I say every time when there's an encouraging word, I will say, see, now when the clock goes off tomorrow, that's going to help. You know, and you know that
absolutely
that's the kind of stuff that makes that puts your feet on the ground.
Yep.
So anyway, I forwarded an email to Adler, and this is. This is a listener, Jesse Gates.
Okay.
Now, you know, this is one of those names, so I don't know whether I'm getting this picture from the bride or the groom because it's a gender bender name. I mean, there's guys named
How's it spelled?
It's Jesse.
I think that's a guy.
You think that's the groom?
I could be wrong, but I think that's the guy.
I tend to think it is because
That's a good call.
Because he's the one that is giving the tribute to the show during the wedding.
Okay.
So, and I want you to look. So there's the bride. See her cute little feet.
Well.
All right. Now go over to the groom. And here's the groom.
I love it.
And the groom has Rick and Bubba socks on.
Funny.
With his suit. now see that right there.
That's good stuff.
That's an alarm clocker right there.
Yep.
You know, if there's a groom that said, I will, and this is the quote, had to include you guys in our wedding somehow.
Wow.
Pretty good.
I tell you, that's commitment.
That's a good man.
Does that not help a little bit right there?
I do. I love
does.
it.
That's better than 2 cups of coffee.
It really is.
Close. Wow. Right. As far as motivating you to go. So, Jesse Gates, congratulations to you and your wife and how you got away with that.
Yeah.
On her wedding day.
I think he snuck it in there just for the picture.
You think he snuck it in there?
He didn't tell her.
I mean, that's not as good as, like, and I know some of our relatives did this, and it's pretty common to write help on the bottom of the shoes of the groom. So when it gets down there to pray, and you see the bottom of the shoes that says help.
That's a good one.
That's classic. But that right there, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we move forward on the program today, and we'll update you on the stories, we'll get your phone calls. We'll find out what is on your mind. Our buddy Scott Dawson tonight, there's a man church going on, Westview Baptist Church, Opp, Alabama, as they continue the men's discipleship strategy tonight, guys. Our very own Scott Dawson speaking at your man church. It's free. You're welcome to attend if you're in the area. Go tell Scott hello tonight and enjoy the message that I know he'll bring. All right, so, Bubba, we kind of talked a little bit. There's various options on where you want to go here. We can this won't take very long. We can just say, all right, the World Series is now tied 1-1. I'm sure the kickoff hour touched on that. But
it heads back to Atlanta for Game 3, 4, and 5. And we also have news today that former President Donald Trump will attend game number 4, which will be Saturday night.
Yep. So, and this is kind of how these series go, and it's kind of odd, but there's so many variables like who's pitching and who's not. But you'll see the Braves win impressively, and then the very next game, the Astros win impressively.
Yeah. Right.
You know, it's there's just so many variables in baseball about who's pitching.
Yeah.
It has a lot to do with
Smoltz broke that down last night. It was really intriguing.
Yeah.
So
and look for it to probably string out.
Sure.
Good for everybody.
Yep. Bubba, but also, and so Trump's coming to Game 4. Is that right?
That's what they're saying.
All right. Well, that'll be right there in Atlanta, and this whole thing with Atlanta getting to the series after having the All-Star game taken from them, I'm really enjoying that. But anyway, so Major League Baseball may also have a lawsuit coming their way. This is a bit of a shocker. Do you remember when we were trying to get all of our sports as now? Remember, we're trying to get them politically correct based on right now standard.
Right. Which could change.
Which
you got to already be ready for the move.
It can change at any time, and then a decade from now, it could really change.
Oh,
and then you got to go. Once you start this routine, you've established that if anybody makes enough fuss about your mascot, your logo, that you will change. So they may ask you to change it several times over.
Yeah, that's the problem with relative truth and relative justice.
Yep.
It's constantly changing as opposed to one standard you can all latch on, and it doesn't matter about race or economic status. Everybody follows that rule, and you're going to constantly be chasing the gold ring, so to speak, and you're going to constantly live under the threat of the relative truth of that day turning back on you.
I'm going to say something right now, and I'm going to look at my clock. I think I am safe. And I'm going to speak about this in general, about men and women, equal but different. Have you not all, as husbands, okay, and this is in general pretty much the deal with just the gender female, and I do believe there is a gender called female and one called male. We talked about that yesterday.
Same to me.
That have you ever had, and this is what Bubba's talking about if anybody, if you're adjusting to people's emotions, okay, have you ever had go home and your wife, I'm talking about she's locked and loaded on something, and I mean you're thinking to yourself, I need to address this and I need to address this now, and you even start making changes and you start working on it, you get on the phone, you start trying to solve the problem, you're like, man, she has really been out of shape about this day, this is really bothering her, and then the next day she walks around as if it doesn't mean anything, and like you're like, now are you still no, I mean I don't know, I guess I think I was just I was tired and ill yesterday, and I'd had this happen or whatever. I said, wait a minute, I've spent all day trying to resolve that or deal with that. You don't even care about it anymore. And so that's the thing about dealing with people's emotions. If you respond to every emotional moment, I mean it could change at any time. But anyway, I like to watch. Now this is not going to stand. I don't think a roller derby team can stand against Major League Baseball, but maybe they can. But there is a
Rick, in the eyes of the law, everyone is equal.
Well, the Cleveland Indians, even though they spent how many years not being a problem,
like 100,
but they finally said we're not going to be the Indians anymore. We got celebrities who were handed their card on how they're supposed to feel, because that's the celebrities. Remember, most of them are not really convicted by any of this. They're just handed their card on how the emotional wave is running, and that they jumped where they think they're supposed to be, to make themselves still invited to certain parties.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, Major League Baseball went from the Indians to the Cleveland Guardians. Remember the big Tom Hanks, thing we had to listen to, and how emotional it was, and all this. Well,
the Guardians,
a roller derby team that has called itself the Cleveland Guardians since 2013 says not so fast. We're not going to have two Cleveland Guardians.
Here is the question. Here's the question: did they trademark it?
It said they did. Yeah. It says the Indians have infringed on their trademark.
Well, then when the Indians was doing their due diligence to change it, that should have came up, and they went, well, we can't use that, or we're going to have to write them a check.
That's what's going to happen.
That's how the process should have worked.
Yeah, they've sued them in federal court, and it says a major league club cannot simply take a smaller team's name and use it for itself. I told you already, there cannot be two Cleveland Guardians in Cleveland. That's what the plaintiff is saying. And, of course, it goes back to tell us the whole history of how the Indian name became offensive. But remember, it didn't start out offensive. It just became offensive.
Right.
And that's the thing that you have to watch, because everything that we're doing right now might be offensive in the future.
That's right.
You just never know.
Right.
And to Bubba's
stand
point,
by.
I actually think they win this case. I think it's ridiculous that they would sue for this, but I do think they win this case. And so what is the check? What's the amount? Or do they go, we're not writing that. We'll see you in court.
Well, it all goes back to how Bubba hit on it. How much did they do the trademark thing to the letter?
Who's got the paperwork? Because
is the paperwork solid?
And when you're granted a trademark, you have a document from the trademark office that's dated and says exactly what it is. And here's the thing, though. They also grant them in different categories. And I don't know if sports teams would be all one category or they would have roller derby and baseball separate. That's the thing. That's why you have you might have a car, and I can't really think of a good example right now, the same name of a company that does something else. You know, that it's category specific.
But they're throwing around the word trademark now. Are they just
Rick,
throwing that around emotionally, or do they really have the paperwork?
You said it in your sentence that you can't have a team in the same city named the same. You said that, right?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Geographically, it wouldn't matter. It would have to do with the paperwork and the category. Mm-hmm. And it's very clear. Very clear.
And you would think that there would be an executive and attorneys within the Cleveland Indians that would have said,
you would have think
hey, guys, this is going to be an issue.
If you do a search of trademarks, I would think any of them would come, because my first thought is, would you ever even know about a roller derby team?
Well, the very first thing you do before you even hit the trademark office is you go and do a Google search and see what pops up.
So I will say
that's level one.
Yeah. Remember when the St. Louis Cardinals were the same?
Yeah.
Well, I think they were owned by the same family.
Yeah, but I mean, you never see that much.
Yeah, I think here's the whole deal. This case is going to go because
the football team packed their junk and left.
They did. Of course, again, news stories are terrible. All it says is the Cleveland Guardians roller derby team says you've infringed on our trademark. Mm-hmm. There's nothing in the story that says they have a federal trademark and they've got the paperwork. So are they just claiming that they've trademarked it, or do they legally really have it trademarked? And that's going to be where the case lands right there.
Yep.
Is how strong that is.
What's James think about it?
The ladies agree. The ladies agree.
And below a trademark, then you have service marks, which are usually on the state level. So there's all kind of different levels, but the little R with a circle behind it's the federal trademark, and that's the walking dog.
Yeah, and they're claiming to have that, but I don't know if they're just trying to be sharp or not. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show.
Working on their blubber.
All right, so simplysafebubba.com teaming up with Rick and Bubba Show. Have you made the move yet? You got this system yet? If not, you need to because the old security industry, some of it little outdated, but now using the new technology with Wi-Fi and also just using these sensors, you can now protect the property even better. It's not as intrusive. You install it yourself. The monitoring is only $15 a month, and you're not in some long-term contract. There's no hidden cost, upsell, any of that. And now they've added a 140-degree field of view, 1080 HD resolution, and 8x zoom. Also, built-in spotlight, color night vision.
Good night.
Outdoor camera.
Come on.
This thing's a beauty. So if you want to add an outdoor security camera, just go to simplysafebubba.com. Now, they're celebrating the new camera by offering 20% off your entire new system, plus your first month of monitoring service is going to be free when you enroll in their interactive monitoring. Simplysafebubba.com, or find the link there at rickandbubba.com and put simplysafebubba.com to work for you. Now, Bubba, I know this ongoing thing with you and your truck. The truck that you've had since I don't even remember the year you got that thing. It's been a while. You don't,
Rick.
remember.
It's it is either a 2000 or 2001,
and it's it means business. You know, it's diesel. It's a big old just battle axe.
You know, that's
tank.
one of the things that I don't like about the was it DEF that they've got on the diesels now. It doesn't smell like diesel anymore.
As a matter of fact, that's the reason why
you can't even tell somebody means business.
I got to drive a diesel, during one of our Hendrick deals,
right.
And the only reason why that I did not purchase a diesel was that reason.
Right.
This thing of having to put this thing in there, and then it don't even sound like I mean business anymore.
Well, I mean,
doesn't smell like I
Rick,
mean business.
if you didn't want to mean business, you just didn't
Right.
get one. But
No.
I mean, But I love that old smell of diesel. And
You
now,
do? So that makes me feel weird. I don't like it.
Yeah.
The
Well,
one
because
now
it smells like somebody
like,
means business.
Well, now it smells like formaldehyde or something with that DEF.
Well, just the whole thing of I'm like, oh, I forgot, I got to go put that in there again.
Yeah, I know.
Give me a break. And it's all, and also it's another one of those emotional, meaningless, hard to support scientific things that we just do. I don't know why we just is our goal just to take a automatic stupid gun and just fire it at everybody.
And they just tax diesel to death. I mean, it should be a lot cheaper than gasoline because it's not. They don't have to produce, they don't have to process it as much. But boy, they just wear it out.
Mm-hmm. If I was going to buy a diesel truck, I'd go back and buy the ones before they start doing this.
Well, that's what I got.
I know, and you know what? Every time I see it and smell it and hear it, you know what I say?
Bubba means business.
Bubba right now means business. But, and following your lead, I think one of the things you'd be the most proud of, every kid that finds its way to the farm, whether in the family or with new friends or whatever, I take them over to my diesel working vehicle. And I put them in there and I say, boys, I want y'all to listen. Or
Get you a sniff of this.
I say, when I crank this, what's this mean? And you know what they say? I even taught Braden how to do it. You know what they
Somebody means business.
You know what they'll say? Somebody means business. Yeah.
Because look, I love the battery technology and all that, but you ain't gonna move no dirt with no battery.
If I'm not pressed and the
you ain't gonna pull no mountain with no battery.
And it's not too big a gathering. If it's not too big a gathering, I'll go as far as to crank the gas one and let them hear it.
Right.
And then I say, now I want you to listen to this.
I want you to hear this.
You know,
and when they're humming though, Rick, there's nothing
good,
better.
I wish you'd seen the time I put it in low and I pushed the gas one through a creek it was stuck in.
Yeah.
I said, I'll go get the diesel.
Yeah. I'll go get the one that means business.
I'll drop this thing down in low. We'll push this gas one through that ditch so quick. So anyway, your truck is everybody's trying to buy your truck.
I know. I'm gonna let somebody have a shot at it.
And so it's being repaired, and we have Mark on the line who is repairing your truck.
Here we go.
Hey, Mark.
Mark, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, sir. I'm calling about your vehicle's extended warranty this morning because I know you mean business and you want to keep this thing running.
All right.
And it's for a very cheap price of $49.99. It's a lifetime warranty.
Well, at $254, I don't know if I need one or not.
Yeah.
Mark,
So, Mark, how's it looking?
Yeah, what's the status?
Have you got that thing humming again?
What's the status?
Yeah, it's ready. It's ready to roll. It's sitting here on the service lane right now.
So, Mark, was that seal that broke, allowing that transmission fluid to get too hot? Is that why it kept coming out?
I would say yes at this point.
Oh no!
But you replaced it. I mean, you shotgunned it. There ain't nothing left, right?
Right.
I mean, we put a new rear seal in it.
Watch your
and,
mouth.
And everything else. So, I mean, Mark, if you put it 4-wheel and just felt or pull a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we repositioned the building with it, so yes.
Well,
That's a big old battle axe.
I'm going to come get it today if I can get a ride over there.
Mark, how much would you give Bubba for it, like it sits?
Like it sits, Mark, right now.
And I don't know. That's a heck of a truck there.
Now, I got to get my ham radio gear out of it.
But
But
they
you
don't
have it.
Bubba, they don't make
less
them
of
like
that.
this anymore. Here's the
I know
thing.
that.
Here's what I
It's fixed now.
No, but I'm going to tell you what I think Bubba's attitude is, and Mark may agree with it. It's so in that category of they don't make them like this anymore.
Right.
Amen.
If you sell it, yeah, you'll make money, but money eventually will be spent on something or go pay off something or whatever. But if you still have the truck, you have access to this truck that everybody keeps saying, please sell it to me because you can't find them anymore.
Mark,
do you see what I'm talking about? You
that
got
engine,
something everybody wants, so shouldn't you want it?
That engine is a 7.4, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's supposed to be really a good engine. I mean, people
7.3 actually.
7.3. Everybody asks me about it all the time. When I'd stop somewhere, they go, "Hey, has that got 7.3?"
Do you feel, Mark? Do you feel good about it that once we've made this repair, it's got a pretty good amount of runtime left on it?
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of like a Timex.
Yeah, it just keeps on, takes a lick and keeps on ticking.
So,
That's
Mark, here's the bottom line. Can I get back to business?
Sure.
Okay.
They ain't got anywhere to do it, but I mean,
Get on the interstate and run a little bit.
Hey, I've been watching this face right now. You know what it is? He went to the first ball game and the team ran on the field and the band's playing.
Yeah.
And he's like, maybe I wish I was still playing.
Yeah.
A little quick there, man.
Well, that's all right. Look, you're gonna be fine.
You're fine.
Yeah, right. You'll eventually.
Yeah, we'll work it out.
You'll eventually not be able to stand it, and you have to take it.
We'll work it out.
Do you want to put a for sale sign on it while it's on the lane? See how many people get some offers?
Well, I don't know if I should just sell it or let Joel have a cut of it. I don't know what I need to do.
I will
You
say
just
this:
tell me, Mark.
if you decide to sell it, let me sell it,
Yeah.
and you'll thank me later. I'll pull a little off the
Mark,
side.
what's
It won't
that
be
thing
bad.
worth?
It's priceless.
I love it. That's good stuff, buddy. You're helping, Mark.
Mark, have you got in and set up in there and kind of put your hands on the wheel like you mean business?
I feel like a real man sitting in that truck.
Amen.
Yeah,
I every time I'd park past it, I felt my truck just get a little scared.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, I appreciate the work, and
Yes, sir.
like I say, if I can get a ride, I'll get it today. If not, it may be another day.
All right. We'll see you later.
All right,
Thank you,
thanks,
Mark.
See you,
Thanks,
buddy.
guys. Have a good day.
Kid, Mark.
Were you
Yeah,
hanging
Mike-
out with Mark down there, Henry? What were you
That's
doing?
right. I'm about to get my vehicle serviced when I'm down there doing remotes.
Oh, that's right.
I won't be there this week, but next Friday I'll be back.
Bubba,
It's
people
11
are
to 1.
emailing, do not sell that truck.
Greg and the Warriors taking a week off.
That's
There
right.
you
Rick, we got an open week.
That's so good.
We got a hill up.
Did you see did you see my Warrior shirt?
Yeah,
I got it
sharp
on.
shirt. We got that from being on the
Well,
broadcast.
can I tell you? I do wish there was something that represented the Warriors on the front.
I know it's a really cool shirt, but
Yeah.
I say that.
I mean,
Let me see on the back. Is it on the top? of
yeah,
your
it's right
shoulder?
there. Adler's showing you. Adler,
Okay.
do that shot where you can see my team.
Okay,
real
I
good.
see it.
Yeah, see right there. You see it?
Yeah, I do. You mean business in the back?
Yeah, but I mean, I'd like to come at you knowing I'm a Warrior. I mean, when I'm coming at you, you kind of just think I've got a button down.
Yeah.
You know, and because that's
And then you don't know you're a warrior till you walk by. Is that what you
yeah,
said?
yeah. Well, really, you don't know I'm a Warrior unless you're behind me. So anyway, that's well, Bubba. Now the truck's back.
Well, we'll get it.
We'll see,
We'll have
huh?
to put it through the test. Be sure we're good with it.
Yeah, I know, but you want to go ride around that farm in it just to feel better?
Oh, I'll ride around anywhere in it. I feel
Yeah,
better.
right. I mean, well, you want to go somewhere where there might be a chance for business.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I might have to just pull a log or something. Get a chain out, pull.
Trust me, I look in our state today. There's weather coming through, and apparently, from all the stuff that's stacked up, there's a tree down. I mean, there's always a tree down. So I'm sure there's one you can come pull.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's amazing the number of trees that fall
There's
in.
just trees everywhere. They fall every time anything comes through. Because they're all in such a fragile state now from all the stuff we've been through. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Back when Favre was on the program. He's been on the show a number of times. And we thank him for the time that he has given us over the years. I'm trying to figure out this bizarro story about, I think I kind of understand it, but there's an update on this Brett Favre story. Jackson, Mississippi, retired NFL player Brett Favre has repaid $600,000 in state welfare money that he accepted for speeches where he didn't even appear. But the state attorney could still sue Favre if he doesn't pay interest owed on the amount. That is still up in kind of the do I owe it, do I not? And that's going to be, what, over about $228,000?
Right. Yeah.
So it's the auditor's office got $600,000 from Brett, and then they were demanding $828, and that's the $228 of interest. And he's and right now the auditor's saying if he does not pay that within 30 days of our demand, the Attorney General will be responsible for enforcing the payment of interest in the court. Favre is not facing criminal charges, but the former Department of Human Services Director John Davis and other people have been charged in one of the state's largest embezzlement cases and allegations of misspending, which came to light in 2020 when Davis and 5 others were indicted. So what they went in and they said, hey, this guy's riding dirty. And when they started looking at all the stuff he was doing, some of it was like, hey, he's sending Favre money and pretending there's some sort of speaking date, and Favre didn't even come. I mean, it was
wasn't it? Was some of that? I think it was more complicated than that. I don't remember the exact story. It was something to do with advance payment for speeches that got canceled due to COVID.
I don't know if something they got canceled for some reason. They were supposedly like, we're going to pay you up front for all those appearances, and
and I think
a lot of them didn't happen.
Right, and he thought they were just going to reschedule those. They ended up wanting the money back. And so that I think that's where the rub is. Now Favre in a Facebook post said he repaid the first $500,000. Said he didn't know the money that he received came from the Mississippi welfare funds. He also said that his charity has provided millions of dollars to poor children in Mississippi and in Wisconsin during his time there. Yeah. So. You read it on the surface. I think he's trying to say, "Hey, wait a minute now. This is looking bad on me, and that's not the complete picture." So.
I think what's happened here. I mean, I can tell you that on a much, 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 much smaller scale is when COVID hit, I was probably booked to speak. Gosh, I bet there were probably 15 dates, and now this usually doesn't happen, but I do know there was one church. That was doing something, and they just wanted, I don't know, maybe the way their year was done, they were like, hey, we want to go ahead and send in what we're going to be paying for this event, what we're going to be paying for the curriculum and all that. Can we go ahead and just send that in by the way we're doing our budget, and then then you'll come at a later time? Sure, no problem. Well, I look, this absolutely happened. So 2020 gets wiped out. Then we start trying to find a new date. By the time we got to the date, I couldn't remember.
Right.
And finally, the guy came back and said, oh, by the way, we've already paid for this. You may have forgotten that because it was a year and a half ago.
Right.
So what I think is they never got them rescheduled. And Favre, as he said, did not know that they were pulling money out of the welfare fund to try to get him to come to something and pay speakers. He said he assumed, I guess, they had a budget for that.
Yeah, I think it's just probably a big mix-up and confusion in a lot of ways, and it's working itself.
Well, what's happened is the way these people who may be indicted were doing things.
Yeah,
he was involved in it indirectly, and like you said, Bub, I think he's finally saying, "Look, let me just pay all this back, and let's just be done with this." But now they're going further and say, "We want some interest."
Might be hard to get that.
I don't know about interest. That sounds like another politician trying to grab somebody he thinks is wealthy.
Yeah.
Because remember, the wealthy are evil. Of course, guy wanting this back, never went out there and played down football, but and there was no demand on him, and he's not in the circle of champions. But anyway, you know how easy it is to be an elite football player. There's nothing to that. That's not work at all. But anyway, so we'll see how that turns out. But the update is, so he paid $500,000. Yeah. Now he's paid another $600,000.
Yeah.
And then they're saying they want $228 from him, and then the people all involved that sent him the money, they're the ones in legal trouble.
Correct.
Is that
yeah, no, you're right. But y'all have really hit on it because he said my agent is often approached by different products and brands for me to appear in one way or another. The request was no different. I did numerous of ads for Families First and have never received monies for obligations I didn't meet. He said, I was unaware, to y'all's point, that the money being dispersed was paid for out of funds not intended for that purpose. And because of that, I'm refunding the full amount back to Mississippi.
Rick, I think the numbers here, you can get tangled up. I think it says, this is kind of confusing. It says he repaid $600,000.
It is confusing.
He was given $1.1 million. He paid $500,000 in May of 2020, and then because he said he wanted to repay it in installments, and so he paid the remaining $600,000 here recently.
That's how I looked in the story.
So he's repaid $1.1 million.
Correct.
And now the Attorney General saying we want interest on that. I don't know. That sounds a little squirrely.
I don't think
because of the COVID and it being canceled and obviously confusion about this. Now, I don't know.
If Brett Favre,
I don't know the details, so it's hard to drop the hammer on it.
Right. If Brett Favre kept the money, and he was booked to be somewhere, he didn't show up on the date he was booked to be there, and still tried to keep the money, and then eventually over a long period of time paid it back. You might be angry enough to ask for interest, but this thing sounds so convoluted and confusing. Yeah. I think the fact that you got the money back ought to be the end of it.
Probably so.
I mean, I don't know how you can claim that. Right. He probably had people that work for him going, hey, let's figure out what happened here.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we figured it out, we'll pay it all back. Well, that's just a process.
Yeah.
That's not somebody, late on a payment.
It sounds like he was paid.
It's not a loan.
$1.1 million for something that, for whatever reason, didn't happen, and he has paid back $1.1 million.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of how it sounds. So.
Right.
Maybe more complicated. I don't know. But I'm just gonna give Brett the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Now he will get a text from me asking who handles his speaking engagement.
Well, there was a bunch of them.
Yeah.
But I think it was a COVID thing. I think they all got shut down. So.
Yeah. Well, COVID. Look, we're on all the stuff we've had to rearrange, and again, we're small potatoes compared to the Brett Favre's and some of these big time speakers. But you wouldn't believe. I mean, it has been exhausting trying to reschedule everything that we had to cancel in 2020. And we're kind of catching up just now. So, but we still have some that they couldn't reschedule, and we're still picking up 2020 dates in 2022.
Right.
Wow.
Still. So, but we're slowly. But what I'm saying is, I understand because what people don't understand is when something gets canceled. Well, there was a reason it was on that date because it worked for everybody. And then when you go to try to reschedule, now you're starting the process all over again. And when you lose a year, well, a lot of people, and we're in this situation too, are already booked a year in advance. So it's not like you're just going, well, let's just move it to the same time next year. Well, he may already have something next year that's been on there from a year before. So it's complicated to get it all rescheduled, and so I can't imagine. I don't know how much of this he does in retirement, but it sounds like. I understand the process, and I can't imagine what it's like on a much bigger level, especially when people got this kind of money tied up in it.
Yeah.
It's a little different than we had a gift card to a restaurant for our Rotary Club speaker, and we didn't get to do it in 2020, and he still got the card for dinner. I mean, it's a little different than 1.1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Top of the hour. We'll be back, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your phone calls will be part of the show today, too. More stories to unpack when the Rick and Bubba show continues, Lord willing, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour as we make our way back. So, on this particular story that starts the hour, let's be careful. I know that in the fake world that we live in, and we talk about all the tribes and all that, that sometimes we'll take a story and we'll see something happen. There may not be any evidence of it, but immediately we start the tribal chants. So I want to be fair in this story. Now, I think it'll bother some people, and we do know that we'll just talk about the facts. But I've searched this story to see if Disney, Tim Allen, anybody has made a comment on the story. And in this story, there are no comments from anybody. What you really have here is something has happened, and then speculation has begun on why it happened, and now everybody is declaring, I'll tell you why it happened. May or may not be. So let's be fair about it. But I will say this. Here's the facts that we know. Is Tim Allen – look, if you look at him in the world of Hollywood, I mean, he's almost Sean Hannity. But I mean, he's definitely not to the left. He definitely speaks his own mind. He seems to have a pretty conservative view of the world when it comes to the role of government, when it comes to just the common sense things that most of us – that used to just be a given. But, of course, now – if you're in Hollywood and you've been handed the way you're supposed to feel about everything and you don't do it, is it harder on you?
It is. Now, there's no proof this has anything to do with Tim Allen's political views and his worldview, but there is a Toy Story spinoff that is going to be just about Buzz Lightyear. It's going to be called Lightyear. So everybody was thinking, well, I guess Buzz, since he's been voiced by Tim Allen the entire time, and when Buzz gets his own movie just about himself, it'll be Tim Allen voicing Buzz Lightyear since Tim Allen is not dead.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not happening. They've gone with Captain America, Chris Evans, who we know is very outspoken, completely the other way on everything from Tim Allen. So the speculation of the fans of Tim Allen and of this, this brand is that he's been removed because he's conservative and Disney doesn't like the way he speaks and the way he does things. Yeah. Now, there's nothing in the story that confirms that. And right now, Tim Allen is not saying anything himself, and I think we need to know that. And then there is one, and I love this. This is the news that we deal with now. Rumors, not we talked to somebody, but rumors have circulated that Tim Allen was never considered for the prequel role, and this has nothing to do with the way he sees the world. They never intended him to voice this when they were putting it all together because I guess they figure he's 68. Let's start going to a younger guy.
Well, Tim Allen did a great job. I mean, he made that character very successful. But, his second long-running series is over now. Mm-hmm. He may not be wanting to do work. Tim Allen may not have wanted to do it.
Right, because I know what somebody would say.
Like you said, he's 68.
Right. Well, now somebody would say this, and it's a fair thing. I do not know Tom Hanks' age, but I think the point that could be made, if there was a Woody movie just about Woody that didn't include – he's 65, all right? Thank 65. You. Thanks, Adler. So they're within 3 years of each other. Would they not have Tom Hanks voice the Woody movie?
You would think.
Probably. So I'm not – maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe Tom Hanks is saying I'm not going to do the Toy Story thing anymore. But that's what's – but I want to be clear because I don't want to become just like the things that I think are wrong. There's nothing but speculation in this story.
Yeah.
That Tim Allen's being punished for the way he sees the world. No one has confirmed that. Tim Allen hasn't said that.
But, of course, some people are implying that, but there's no evidence of it at this point.
Well, this is the world. Then you get on social media, and suddenly the people on social media become the journalists.
Right.
Tim Allen ain't here because political views are bad. I'm telling you. That's one post. Well, we don't know that. Now would you look at that and say, are there people in Hollywood that have no desire to work with Tim Allen because of some of the things he said? Of course.
Right.
Do they hate it enough to take a brand like Toy Story and care about who voices the character? Maybe. But again, to Bubba's point, maybe Tim Allen didn't want to do it.
Yeah,
right. Maybe he's done being Buzz.
Yeah. Maybe he's like, I'm sorry. Of course, I don't know.
He's had 2 long-running series. He's had several movies. He had that. He may just be wanting to take it to the beach.
Let me say this.
He's also not going to be in the Santa Claus 8.
Yeah, but from what I've gathered, that's funny. From what I've gathered, just watching and paying attention and having some kids that are in the biz, very still very low, working their way up. Even though, how about this? Boomer did book a Netflix movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So anyway, and by the way, Bubba's already heard it. It some of it is tied close to home.
Really?
What the story is. Yeah. Huh. But anyway. Of course, he's already just gave me a heads up that he'll be a bad guy, but that's all right. I mean,
everybody wants to be the bad guy.
We'll see how that goes. But anyway, so that's good because of the pandemic, man. He had his boy. Yeah. It was funny because he's still working his way up and all this and working and he had momentum going with the pandemic hit. He said, "Here's the problem." He said, "I'm still the mid-level guys. At least I went from low level to mid-level." And there were times where there were roles available that the upper level people wouldn't even audition for, but it was so hard to find work. Now I'm auditioning against the people that are the top of it.
Right.
I mean, the big time people are coming in grabbing these mid level roles.
Right.
Yeah, trying to get rolling again.
Hey, stay up there.
Yeah, they're all looking. Hey, go back up there and play in the major leagues. But anyway, so that's good. He's got something in got a couple of gigs that just came in.
Well,
good. It's good. So he'll really struggle. He's got one gig where he'll be in Miami all through the Christmas holidays. I said, well, I hope you can deal with it. But anyway, so
Christmas at the beach.
Hey, good luck, pal.
So, but from what I've gathered, these animated gigs are sweet.
Oh yeah, I hear them talking.
Because all you do is go in the studio. You and I did some of that with that advertising campaign we did. It's not like I'm on the set standing around and I got to shoot this and shoot that, and God forbid that somebody give you a gun, they tell you it's cold.
Yeah.
But I mean, you just simply go in the studio like we cut commercials.
Yeah,
and you've got the script, and the producer gets in there and says, "All right, let's roll. Here's scene 1." But they still pay you like you're on the lot doing the full deal.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
good stuff.
Hey, the animated stuff is a sweet gig. So, but again, does Tim Allen need, Lightyear the movie for him to pay his bills? He doesn't.
All right.
So we don't know whether he's being punished or not. Don't want to say that. Just want you to know that he's not going to voice it, and people are kind of asking why. You know who could clear this up real quick? Tim Allen.
Yeah. Tim Allen could probably shed a lot of light.
About Captain America, he could.
And I'm not trying to tell journalists what to do, but I think before I put out a story like this, I'd probably try to at least interview Tim Allen.
Maybe just give him a call.
Yeah. Or talk to maybe his spokesperson, maybe his whoever sets up his interviews. They just might be able to tell you, hey, Tim Allen didn't want to do it anyway. He was never considered, meaning. And they are saying that all along Pixar was not going to use Tim Allen for this movie.
Rumors.
Well, let me ask you this: why?
Yeah,
that makes no sense.
It really does, and that's where you get back to he is being punished for the way he did. Yeah,
probably.
Am I saying that's what I think we're going to find is Tim Allen was never told we're not going to do this because we don't like the way you talk, we don't like things you say, we don't like the stands you made. He just didn't get the gig.
And so never planned on it. Why would you not plan on the person who's been?
But it puts Pixar in the position of saying, "What are y'all talking about? We never intended to have him." Well, why? Well, it was not our plan. No one's ever going to admit that that's why he didn't get it.
Right. How many times do y'all think y'all have seen Toy Story?
Oh, I say it all the time. Still watch him.
I know you and grandkids. I mean, there you go again. I have watched that movie so many times.
Hey, you got a friend in me, Papa.
We'll sing "You Got a Friend in Me" as a drop of a hat. I mean, constant.
All right, let's work our way back. You want to talk to people next, or you want to do this now?
The people.
You want to do Tom Cotton?
Right here.
Let's talk to the people, and then we'll come back and look at old Tommy Cotton.
All right, let's talk to you guys next. It's 15 minutes past. We've got, most of the lines are available, and you can get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll talk to you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Let's go. Directory assistance, comments are coming in at 866 We Be Big. And at the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program comes to a close, and then we move to the next caller. See, here's kind of some level-headed thinking on this, as we try not to act just like the people that we think are wrong. Says the prequel about Buzz Lightyear actually goes into a real-life character that the toy Buzz Lightyear was modeled after. So in the world of Andy and all his toys, there was a real astronaut that they made the toy after in his honor, and this is the story of the real astronaut, how he becomes this toy, meaning they do the toy in honor of him.
So it may not even be the same thing.
So it would make sense that the actual real person that the toy's modeled after would have a different voice.
No, yeah. And here's another email from someone that said, my brother's an executive for Disney. Tim Allen was never considered for this part. He represented the doll.
Right.
To your point, the movie is about Buzz the man. Right. So that's why they never brought his voice to it.
See, that story didn't make sense.
So, I watched the teaser. It's a pretty good little teaser.
Yeah, so really this thing of Tim Allen's being run out of town on the rail, that's really not true.
No.
So let's not be like the left, okay? Let's go to Tyler in Alabama. 30 seconds. Tyler, go ahead.
Hey guys. So y'all hit the nail right on the head with a live action movie, but I don't want to defend Hollywood anyway because but with that being said, I'll just it's Tim Allen voicing the doll.
Well, you don't want to defend
the world.
Anybody, but how about just be factually right?
Yeah, this is not about defending Hollywood. It's about telling the truth and not pretending you're being discriminated against when you probably aren't.
Look, there's enough Hollywood does that's legitimate. So let's not get in high grass.
Right. There's plenty that's not even up for any debate. They're very clear on how they feel.
Yeah.
But so don't chase after stories and make them something that they're not, because then you're acting like them. When they pretend to be offended by something, you're going, that's not really anything offensive. Let's go to Drew on I-20. Drew, 30 seconds, and go.
Hey, gentlemen. I was listening to the podcast and heard y'all talking about when they had found Brian Laundrie. And I believe I know who got him. And I'm surprised Greg didn't pick up on this. He's usually better about this. But could it have been the ghost of Lucius Clay from the Woolly Swamp? Because, he'll get up and he'll walk around.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he will. It's funny when they were talking about where he went, that song was in my head.
It was. It's a good one, too.
You and I are parallel thinking on that.
Yeah.
Let's go to Parker in Albertville. Parker, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Here you go.
Holly Rowe.
Holly Rowe.
Hey, fellas, I was sitting there, I was thinking about Alec Baldwin, and Lord, don't you know he's just sitting back, and he is so glad that he's already gotten his Comedy Central roast out of the way.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, we saw some things yesterday. Hey, some of y'all too soon now.
Yeah.
Too soon. And it's
Holly Rowe.
Give it a little time.
Yeah,
harsh, too.
Ooh.
I don't know if that was real or not that I sent y'all yesterday, but whoever put that out, that was harsh.
Yeah, somebody may have taken the person that host does that kind of thing and put that up there like it was a fake, because I just don't think anybody would do that yet.
No. And the fact that somebody put that together says they're harsh.
There's already some T-shirts out there.
Oh, yeah, Junior put some out.
Yeah, Junior did some.
Yeah.
Again, I understand.
And it's hard to
disdain, but give it a time out. Like again, let's not be like those that we're critical.
Bingo. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Let's rise above it a little bit.
If you really think those that oppose you are classless, then the answer is not to also be classless.
Right.
It is to act differently, not just your version of the same thing. Hey man, I'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Sometimes just let them. They'll do that to themselves at some point. What you're supposed to do is show how you wish they would behave. That's a concept.
That would go a long way.
Yeah, it comes right out of Scripture.
Might help you out.
Yeah, it comes right out of Scripture. Drew in North Carolina. Drew, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I think the Buzz Lightyear movie, I I got to see as a little backstory to Buzz and how he's seen it, how the toy seen the academy and stuff like that.
What day are you getting your hearing checked?
My hearing's getting checked in November, probably midway, somewhere right before Thanksgiving.
Will you tell them that I'd like to get in the next day?
Yeah,
because I'm struggling.
It's rough out
some
there.
of these calls.
It's real rough.
It's not just me, right?
No.
I go back to,
and plus now I'm seeing things. I know it's holiday season, but
yeah. When you said it, when
That's a good one. That is a good one.
That's really good. A little quick back up from Miami. But
wow.
But anyway, and by the way, I have been good this year.
Yeah, I have
straight up. Probably one of my better years.
Yeah, I haven't gone enough places to get in much trouble.
Yeah, we see who we think may be Santa incognito outside right now.
Yeah.
But what
I did think I was seeing things from
it goes back to what I think.
I can't hear. I'm seeing things. Somebody help me out.
I wonder if inside, and I know they don't care because they just want to sell phones. But I think sometimes we were innocent victims in this. I know the whole deal was, and it has worked. We will make cell phones that you can get so much information and you can do so many things with them that we will push landlines completely out of business. And just like with me. And all they'll have are these phones. And somebody should have said, hey, but I know they do a lot of things, but because we got so many of them out there now, when people try to talk on them, you can hardly understand them. Yeah, but people don't really do that much anymore. They text, they get on social media, and it does all that stuff. So people talking on the phone is not even all that much. I wish somebody in the back would have said, what about talk shows? What about shows that just talk to people on the phone? What are they going to do? And because, man, it makes this job hard.
Yeah.
Because one of the key things, you see, I'm oversensitized to this, and I know you are, Engineer Bussy. I keep thinking what it must be like to just be listening. And for something to be hard to hear or difficult to understand, to the even if we push through it, the listener is like, I just can't take that. Mm-hmm. That's really tough to listen to. And I love the advancements and all the technology, but boy, the quality of being able to hear people and understand them when they talk.
It's tough.
Well, you know what it is. It's about the spectrum. They just ran out of room, and they're trying to jam people in, and they have a slower. They have less bit rate, and it's
what about talk shows?
Yeah. You add bad.
You know what they said back to that? Oh, they'll all be podcasts soon enough.
You add that.
Yeah,
Rick.
Nobody's gonna be calling in
with poor communicators
and lazy mouth.
And you put that together, and whoo!
I'm going to come back to 3 as its own segment.
I think so.
Yeah. We'll do 3 as its own segment. 3. Yeah, next. Please look at 3.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I want to stand up to the Auburn coach for
Auburn coach.
Who's asking for the vaccine card? Is it the media or is it his boss?
It's the university.
The media has brought up this question because the university is going to be issuing a mandate because they're under a mandate from the federal government because all of these universities get literally billions of dollars in federal grants.
Yeah. And once you take their money, Conspiracy Eric is on hold. He wants to tell us Alec Baldwin's true motive.
All right, hang on.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, let's take a look-see here at Babbel.com/Bubba. Anybody fired up about learning a new language? You must all be laughing hearing this show. I hear all of you. You're shouting at the radio. You're shouting at your laptop. You're shouting at the TV. Why don't you learn how to speak English first? I got it. I can hear it. But anyway, if you are going to take on a new language, wouldn't you like to just say, I need to know how to talk like we all talk every day. I don't have time to go learn the history of the language and all the different grammar and, here we're dealing with this stuff and that. Well, I want to know how to speak to people and communicate. Well, Babbel.com/Bubba, they have it set up for you to be able to learn to speak in these little short lessons, and you learn phrases that you actually would use in everyday conversations. These are 15-minute lessons. It's a perfect way to learn a new language on the go. It's a great way to help your kids get a jump over their peers at school. Their teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective. You can choose from 14 languages. They got Spanish, French, Italian, German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you to improve your pronunciation and accent. Maybe we do need to use it just for English. But anyway, go to Babbel.com/Bubba. That's BABBEL.com/Bubba. We'll save you 65% off your subscription. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Babbel is language for life. Conspiracy Eric. Or parts unknown. He wants to discuss the horrible incident with Alec Baldwin on the set of the movie Rust.
He's always got the inside track, Rick.
He does.
We'll find out what it is today.
Eric, I guess in your world, I guess maybe I shouldn't use the word accident.
No, there's not really many accidents that are put on the news.
Well,
so give us the rundown. What really happened here?
What's going on?
Well, first off, everybody's liking to say that he shot that woman during the shooting of the film Rust.
Mm-hmm.
The camera crew was gone hours before he killed the lady. Okay, so that's a fact, period. Another fact, period, is, Epstein, the one that suicided himself, well, he had a little flight list of all little Hollywood pedos. Well, Ashton Kutcher and the lady that got shot both work with a team of other people that are fighting against Hollywood pedophilia. And that's why she got shot.
All right, because again, we're back to the phone issues again, and I can't even get a good conspiracy. So you're saying that you're back on this thing that pedophilia, there's an underground society of pedophilia in Hollywood, and what you're saying is this cinematographer and Ashton Kutcher,
right?
Yeah.
That they are trying to bring it to light. And you think Alec Baldwin, who's part of this underground society, set this up to kill her so her voice couldn't be heard?
Close. I don't think it. I know it to be a fact.
Well, you know that to be a fact. And how do you know that to be a fact? How do you know that to be a fact?
Because we have eyes and ears. We have 40 million hackers worldwide. We listen to people's phone conversations. We listen to people's Googles. We listen to people's Amazon data. We know what everybody's trying to hide. We have facts beyond facts, and that's why we know this to be a fact. Ashton Kutcher has been leading the way in human trafficking exposure for the last 3 years now, and we couldn't be any more proud of him. But this lady, she was in, and she was offering up, to put herself in a position where she gets pulled in as a trafficked human, and they found out. And Alec killed her.
So you're saying she was working with Ashton to expose this?
Not directly. not directly. They're doing the same thing. I'm not saying that her and Al.
And you were saying she was about to go she was about to go underground as a potential victim, and to expose it, and Alec Baldwin knew about it.
Yep, killed her 2 hours after the camera crew left.
Now
whatever happened to gun safety? If you hand me a gun, I'm going to look inside to make sure the bullets are in there. If I shoot somebody with it, that's my fault, and I need to be charged for murder, regardless accident or not. Gun safety first, people.
Right. Well, and we understand it, and I think in normal life you would, but on a movie set where they're going to have props, it would be a little bit different.
Why do they have live bullets on a movie set?
Well, I asked that question.
Why have a live round?
I think you should make sure that doesn't happen.
But how about this? Has it been proven, and I could be wrong with this, not that I've seen, has it been proven that she was killed by a live round, or was she killed by projectiles that come out of some of these blanks?
Live round is what it said.
So, there was a projectile because it hit her and the person behind her.
Yeah.
Projectiles come out when they shoot the blanks.
Yeah.
But this was a live round that took her life, so said the obituary. And the sound of the gunshot is different than the sound of a blank.
You're saying that you guys know underground, listening to everybody, what the real motive was.
Yeah, well, I say listen to everybody. All we're doing is listening to the data that's already being collected by Google and Amazon.
Yeah.
We're not.
Were you surprised how hard it was for me to set up my online banking with my new bank?
That stuff is hard. You ain't lying about that.
Well, Eric, listen, if you're listening to my calls, would you return some of them?
Yeah, right.
I'm a little behind.
Eric, you got anybody in my area that can pick up my dry cleaning? There's Conspiracy Eric. Conspiracy Eric, thanks,
there
buddy.
He goes.
From parts unknown. Anybody want to comment on that one?
Yeah, well, again, that was Conspiracy Eric saying that.
Rick, anytime you have Alec Baldwin, you're always going to have extra things going on around this. And, there was a lot of people right away thought, well, could there be some other reason for this? I don't know. I mean, they're investigating this. It's under a microscope. And I think these people in New Mexico are going to give it a good, honest look because they're not under that pressure of Hollywood or New York or something like that. I mean, these are, I think, pretty good folks. So we'll find out. I mean, it'll all come out.
Yeah, it'll all come out.
It may have just been a terrible accident. Yeah. Who knows?
Well, I don't know about Eric's reliability.
Well, he brings it to the table. Right. You got to give him that.
I like the fact that when he gives his conspiracy theories, he speaks with such authority as if there's really no question. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. I think that is my favorite part.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you got to be, Rick, you've always said if you act like you're supposed to be there, people don't question.
Oh, sure. You wouldn't believe the things I accomplished that way. This show was done that way.
Yeah, sure.
My first DJing job is I told the guy I knew how to cue records. I had no idea.
Right. What's cueing a record?
I just figured it out.
Isn't it amazing, though? I mean, if this doesn't happen, and we all wish it wouldn't have, but we don't know so much drama behind the scenes where camera crews are leaving. It's a low budget movie and they're trying to keep costs down, and there's just a lot of handles. It just
maybe a perfect storm kind of situation.
Yeah,
I tell you one thing about
there's rumors that a lot of them went out drinking the night before and were all hungover, and now that's from reports that I'm reading, not me. But it's just there's so many factors that played into this. I think,
and it was a movie set. There was props, but back to what Eric said, and I agree 100%. You hand me a gun, I don't care if we're playing around in here, if we're out hunting, if we're shooting a TV commercial. I'm popping it open. I'm looking at the chamber. I'm going to know what's in that chamber.
And the assistant director, I guess, is the one that said it's my. I told him it was cold, and I didn't really check.
Well,
now cold,
part of it.
The terminology cold would be nothing's in it, right? I mean, it's completely empty, not even blanks. Or what do they call that? Is that a different term?
Yeah,
clear.
I think that meant we're going to get shots of you holding this gun and pointing, but it's not going.
Cold to me means
anything.
Nothing's in it, no blanks or anything.
From what I understand.
Right. That's how I took it.
Now, somebody told me, and we can look for it, and try to find it.
that there is a video of Will Smith on the set doing something, and he's not complaining, but he's making the comment that the person who just handed him the gun knows less about guns than he did, and he does the routine of checking it himself and says this guy has no idea what he's doing. And he was concerned about that. Now, probably, even though Eric, I'm sure, has all kinds of information. There it is.
Oh, here it is. Can we hear it? Can we hear it?
Can I pot this up, Adler?
No audio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it was Bad Boys, the movie.
Yeah, it was Bad Boys.
And there was a lot of guns in that.
I mean, it is.
Look.
You see him?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's showing the guy. Look. Thank you, Will. So the guy who picked it up, and then he talks about how he knows more about it than that guy does. But anyway, so back to this again. I understand Eric has all this information that we don't have access to. But I think when you look at the ongoing complaints that this crew that y'all have hired, there's a reason they were inexpensive, and it upset people so bad. He's saying people left. I think the people he's talking about walked off and had to be replaced with another camera crew because they were disgusted with the lack of commitment to safety.
Yeah.
And
possible.
So it probably is more likely that's it. But Eric, it's always good to hear from you. I mean, just matter of fact, that's my favorite part about Eric.
You got to love it, Rick. He's on the know, man. Listening to your phone calls every day.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Well, Tom Cotton's mad. And we've got the video and audio for it. So Merrick Garland, the AG, this is the thing that, we're living in a time where the United States government is getting so big and so intrusive and reaching for power.
And liberals just can't stand it. They've got to get in and use that power, Rick, to re-educate, reform, redesign America after their textbook ideology.
Right. And so, we got this thing now. They're saying that the IRS they're trying to give them the power to flag anything in your account over $600.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it used to be, what, 10,000?
Yeah.
It's 600. By the way, Babylon B had the head of the IRS popping out of a kid's birthday cake and taking their birthday money. So we're living in such a bizarro time. But anyway, Tom Cotton is back on the AG targeting parents that are objecting to their kids having to wear masks at school board meetings.
Merrick Garland, the AG, very, very liberal. He was a candidate for the Supreme Court. The Republicans sit on his nomination, didn't bring it to the floor in the last days of the Obama administration. And so now Biden has picked him back up, retreaded him and put him in as Attorney General. Well, he's in the middle of several things right now, Rick. One, critical race theory being taught. One, transgender and people who identify as one way using a bathroom. We had a case of a young man wearing a skirt, went to the women's bathroom and actually raped a girl, and and the parent went to the school board meeting furious about it. And there's been a lot of uproar at these school board meetings over some of the things that the schools are doing. Well, days after one of the more notable ones, Attorney General Merrick Garland sent a memo directing the Federal Bureau of Investigation and U.S. Attorney's offices to address the disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence that were taking place at school board meetings. And that was followed, the memo that got out that somebody had described it as domestic terrorism.
Unbelievable.
Okay. So he is on Capitol Hill testifying before members of Congress, and Tom Cotton had a few choice words for him, exactly how he felt yesterday.
Yeah, here we go.
You've cited as the basis for that directive the National School Board Association's letter of September 29th. Was that directive being prepared before September 29th, before the School Board Association letter was issued?
I don't believe so. Certainly, I didn't have any idea.
So it was only prepared okay, I think that answers the question.
I already answered that question
So you keep citing the school board letter and news reports.
Right.
One of the news reports cited in that letter, which you presumably mean, is from Loudoun County, Virginia.
No, that is not what I was talking about.
Well, you keep citing news reports, and that's the most prominent news report that anyone in America has seen. That refers to Scott Smith, whose 15-year-old daughter was raped. She was raped in a bathroom by a boy wearing girls' clothes, and the Loudoun County School Board covered it up because it would have interfered with their transgendered policy during Pride Month. And that man, Scott Smith, because he went to a school board and tried to defend his daughter's rights, was condemned internationally. Do you apologize to Scott Smith and his 15-year-old daughter, Judge?
Senator, anyone whose child was raped is the most horrific crime I can imagine, and is certainly entitled and protected by the First Amendment to protest to their school board about that.
But he was cited by the School Board Association as a domestic terrorist, which we now know that letter and those reports were the basis for your.
Senator, that's wrong.
Shameful, Judge. This is shameful. This testimony, your directive, your performance is shameful.
Okay. That's not.
Thank God you are not on the Supreme Court. You should resign in disgrace, Judge.
And Tom's done. Josh, is it Hawley, the senator from Missouri?
Yeah.
Also had something to say about Merrick Garland.
Prosecutors do, but
yeah, go ahead. It's fine. We can go.
Prosecutors do, but parents don't. General Garland, do you think that a parent who looks at the 13 different federal crimes that your Justice Department has identified they might be subject to and prosecuted for, like making annoying phone calls, do you think that they're going to feel that they're welcome to speak up at a school board meeting? How about this one? They could be prosecuted for using the internet, I guess that would be Facebook, in a way that might cause emotional distress to a victim. Is that a crime of violence?
Senator, I haven't seen the memo that you're
Why
talking
haven't
about,
you?
and I don't. Even from the description, it doesn't sound like it was addressed to parents. But if you
No, it wasn't addressed to parents. It was addressed to prosecutors. That's the problem. Why haven't you seen the memo?
I don't know why I haven't. I don't look at every. I do not get every memo that every U.S. attorney sends out. But if you're
wait a minute, don't. I just want to be sure I understand this. This is a memorandum that collects 13 different federal crimes parents could be charged with. It has United States Department of Justice on the top of it, and you're telling me you haven't seen it?
Who's the memo from, Senator?
The United States Department of Justice, United States Attorney for the District of Montana.
I have not seen a memo from the District of Montana.
Not high enough priority for you?
It's not. That's not the question. I don't.
It is the question. Answer my question. Is it not a high enough priority for you when you're threatening parents with 13 different federal crimes? These aren't crimes of violence. You've testified today you're focused on violence. That's not what your U.S. attorneys, they work for you. That's not what they're saying. You haven't seen it because it's not a high enough priority, or what?
Question of priority. No one has sent me that memo, so I haven't seen it.
What do you mean no one has sent you the memo? You run the United States Department of Justice, do you not?
There are 115,000 employees of the Department of Justice.
Indeed, and you are in charge of every one of them. And this was a sufficiently important case that you issued a memo. You, over your signature, issued a memo involving the FBI and the Department of Justice in local school boards, local school districts. Your U.S. attorneys are now threatening prosecution with 13 different crimes, but it's not a high enough priority for you. It got lost in the mix.
I'll send a...
I bet he kind of walked right into that one, and you're in charge of all of them.
Well, point number one there, you see right away, 115,000
He said
employees.
50.
150?
Did he say
what
50?
did he say? I thought he said 150.
How about it's over 100,000?
How about this? That's about, maybe, I don't know, 100,000 too many
Right.
to start with.
That's the
Because
first thing
if
I
you-
thought of, too.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh, good grief.
Our government is so overweight, it makes you and I look slim. We got so much
I'm just glad
unnecessary.
some people are calling him out on some of these ridiculous things, and he's giving you the old, hey, I don't know, I'm just an old, good old guy. Yeah, right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza in Teleport. Thanks for being with us. A big happy birthday to J.C. Wilburn today, turning 20 years old today. How about J.C.? Got a kid, J.C. So we got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy all here this hour. Eddie Van Ambler got it like he likes it. And you can thank you for being with us however you're getting the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast again this weekend. Our guest, PGA golfer, Bubba Watson. We'll talk to Bubba Watson about his new book, Up and Down, Victories and Struggles in the Course of Life. Comes out on November the 2nd next week, and we'll talk to him on RBU this weekend right before that book comes out next week, so enjoy that. So, Bubba, we've got all kinds of things that we can do this hour concerning our friend. We're all so tired of hearing about it, but everything COVID, including a Fauci update. Here we go. Bubba, talk Fauci to me.
Rick, we got a new poll out from the Rasmussen bunch. They say 49% of American voters think that Dr. Anthony Fauci lied about the U.S. funding gain-of-function research in China.
How many?
49%. That's half.
That's half.
Okay.
Yep.
Another 46% of Americans think that he should resign his job.
Right.
Now, those numbers hit me a little funny as I was reading the headline because who are the 3% that thinks he lied and should stay on the job?
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, who are you? What is that?
So 3% of you said, "Look, I got to tell you what. Now he was lying through his teeth. He's riding dirty, but I think he needs to stay there. Let's keep listening.
Just
to
leave him there.
He's still other than being part of a worldwide pandemic and lying about it, and maybe costing people lives if we had just told the truth to begin with because we'd approached it in a different way. Other than doing that, I think he's done a good job. Yeah. I mean, it's
Rick. Nobody's perfect.
Right. Well said.
Rick, these figures come out at an especially bad time for the doc, as pressure has been mounting for him to leave his post as Biden's top medical advisor and the National Institute of Health infectious disease expert. Yeah. Senator Rand Paul reignited his feud with Fauci this week, accusing him of funding deadly experiments on beagles. We had that story earlier this week.
Went after Snoopy.
You don't go after beagles.
No.
Rick, I don't know how long we're going to let this guy stay on the payroll. This is crazy.
So, Adler,
do you know they spent on the beagle experiments $424,000, and no one has yet to explain to us what medical research came out of killing beagles, torturing them. Yeah, I just don't get it. Yeah.
All right, so Adler, get videos 2A and 2B ready as we give this update today, and just give me a thumbs up when you're ready. All right, so then we get into the mandates. I got an email today that said that the Blue Cross Blue Shield is about to tell their employees if you're not fully. Now remember, hang on to the word fully vaccinated. Oh, yeah. That's not going to be that's going to be a tough word. Fully vaccinated.
It meant 2 shots to begin with, or 1 shot of J&J. Now it's going to be changed to have a booster. And you know how all this starts? They start with they say, Rick, well, if you're immunosuppressed and we need to get you now, they're going to say 2 boosters.
Right.
For that, well, that will move to the general public. It always does. Instead of just, again, being honest with everybody, which I think would sell your point a whole lot better.
I have natural antibodies. Not too bad. Jab for you or get out of here. So Blue Cross Blue Shield, I got an email saying they're going to do that by December the 8th. You must turn in your Vax card to HR or be terminated. You remember everybody kept talking about, well, I'll tell you one thing, the military, I mean, they have no choice. 468,000 active duty members still only have 1 month left, and they still have not got the shot that they were mandated to get, or they will be removed. What if we lost 468,000 of our active duty members of the military?
That wouldn't be good.
Well, I mean, it looks like we're going to lose a lot of firefighters, police officers in New York, in some of the areas that are underserved, Rick, in other areas. Mm-hmm. We've got this huge number in the military. We're losing, it looks like football coaches are under threat everywhere. So, I mean, where does it end?
Can I tell you?
Where does it end? And I thought, aren't our numbers going down?
Yeah, I mean, I know in our state we're at the lowest hospitalizations and positive cases that we've had since the end of Alpha.
Yeah, and so, did you see what state is leading the country in their numbers
Florida.
being the best? Florida. Florida, that's had the least amount of lockdowns and issues
Mask
of mask
mandates,
and all that.
vaccine mandates.
They've got the lowest number, and if they've gone back and look at some of these numbers, they have performed better than the other states based on the numbers.
Bubba has said this, and I agree with him. We're treating this pandemic, we're doing things that you would only do if it was a bubonic plague kind of situation.
Or, Greg, as I like to call it, bluebonnet.
Yeah, bluebonnet, and that one's a little worse.
Which means
when they force a hat on everybody.
It's an age-old problem. Right. That's funny. It's an age-old problem. What you have is people who have power wanting to tell other people what to do and do a power grab by screaming "end of time, end of time." You know, it's back to what I said yesterday. There's a fake world out there, and some of this stuff is just nuts.
Rick, just think about this overall.
Mm-hmm.
Since Joe Biden has gone in office in January, the federal government, with all their force, with all their might, with all their money, is telling you, no matter what your medical status is, you're going to get this vaccine or die. And I'm not anti-vax, but I don't like being told I got to do it. That's right. They've also told you that if you're unhappy with anything going on at the school, we're going to get your name, we're going to get your address, and we're going to consider you a domestic terrorist if you get up there with a little passion at a school board meeting.
Yep.
Okay, now nobody's wanting to protect violence, but you know what this threat is about. It's to get everybody to hush. Also, they are telling you that we're going to teach a new form of history. You got no say-so with your kids. Now we're going to vaccinate your kids too, even though the numbers say the chances of a child dying from COVID is minute. It is like less than 0.1%.
Here is the FDA.
For those that happened, it was terrible. I'm not trying to make light of that, but you got to look at the numbers on this.
FDA panel, here it is. They voted 17-0 to approve vaccines for children ages 5 to 11, which will eventually be mandated. And so here is the video about the panel, 17-0 voting to vaccinate kids 5 to 11.
But we're never going to learn about how safe the vaccine is unless we start giving it. That's just the way it goes.
Did you hear that?
So the panelist comment. Can we play it one more time? Let me tell you what he said. He said, we're not going to know how safe it is until we start giving it.
Correct.
Is what he said.
Yeah,
that's him. I'm not my
let's just
word.
give it then. That makes a lot of sense.
Listen one more time.
Yeah, it's frozen.
But we're never going to learn about how safe the vaccine is unless we start giving it. That's just the way it goes.
That's just the way it goes. Here, the quote, we have it here on underneath the video there on the list, and Bubba said it, we're never going to learn about how safe the vaccine is until we start giving it. That's the way it goes.
You know, I know what he's trying to say.
Well, boy.
And boy, he said it in a terrible way for somebody who is supposedly a highly qualified doctor on the FDA panel.
Pfizer, from Babylon B. Pfizer claims vaccine will reduce average daily child COVID deaths from almost 0 to almost 0.
Right.
So here's Joe Biden, too. You know, all this here a mask, there a mask, everywhere a mask. People are asking after last night in Virginia, is Joe Biden done with masks? Here we go.
Getting very close to the face of some woman right now, another woman right now. How can they square this behavior with their demands that the rest of us plebes cover our faces and the faces of our children?
Well, they obviously can't, Tucker, and I think what the president probably knows, whether he ever admitted, is that the science on masking is doubtful. And if anybody wants to wear one, I'm not going to discourage them. But
look at that.
My guess is the president isn't sick, won't get sick, and the people around him won't either. But it is hypocrisy on a grand scale with the administration telling everybody that we got to mask and got to mask kids in school.
Yeah. So Joe Biden tells us all, mask even if you're vaccinated. Mask all day long. Kids in mask all day long. He's gripping and grinning and, of course, trying to smell people's hair, it looks like, which you need to stop doing that, too, with no mask on. And I don't think he's putting anybody in danger, which also means that he's not telling the truth. He doesn't believe it either because this is what he's doing.
He's not doing it.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
I got that. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so got a couple of things going on here. We've had some rough weather come through parts of the Rick and Bubba audience, and some of you may get some rough weather today as a front is moving through. And Louisiana, man, we got footage, a tornado in Louisiana over a Louisiana freeway. I want you to look at the power of this.
Now, Rick, what this footage shows is an ATV. This is a side-by-side. It looks like
I
ATV
want y'all to look at the power of that tornado.
The tornado has thrown up in the air and over the interstate.
Did everybody see that? And that's not even a giant tornado.
No.
I mean, there's tornadoes even stronger than that.
Oh, yeah.
Look how compressed. The truck driver, how about this? He just waits for it to cross the road and then just moves on.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty, unlike a hurricane, is tornadoes are awful, but they don't cover big areas at a time.
But if you're in that little cone right there, it is bad.
It is real bad. Look at that thing
you
on
see
the ground.
power line flashes.
Look at it, just going nuts.
Well, he's like, I'm getting by this thing.
Yeah, look if I can get it, but look at that.
Pass.
Look at that ATV.
Boom, you said Art.
Well, I hope it was insured.
It threw it like you throw a piece of paper.
Do you realize how...
Adler, do we see the footage of it on the ground after the fact? You can see how big it is. Well, it's a side-by-side. It's not like just one that you ride on.
Yeah. All this terminology of side-by-side.
Well, that's like...
Does that just mean it has a seat for somebody to sit beside you?
Yeah, it's like a bench seat. It's more like a little car,
Yeah.
A little truck.
When everybody started...
I know.
Yeah.
An ATV, would just be one person, like a motorcycle, where a side-by-side would be more like a little
four-wheeler?
car. Yeah, what you call a four-wheeler.
An ATV?
Yeah.
Did you call it an ATV?
All-terrain vehicle, yeah.
Did you call a 4x4 a motorcycle? Is it a motorcycle?
What now? I'm sorry.
You look
at the steering.
You were. Oh, you mean like a?
Yeah. You would straddle it like you would a motorcycle.
Right.
Well, what I'm calling an ATV, and although technically they all would be ATVs to some degree, but a side by side would be more like a cart you would ride in.
Yeah, that's where I got confused because I thought they were all ATVs, and then people would go side by side.
Well,
isn't that a type of ATV?
Yeah, technically they are, but I think a lot of people call ATVs the kind you sit on like a motorcycle, and side by sides the kind that you drive. But they all are technically.
Yeah, right.
Or let me say that. That's how I call it. That doesn't mean everybody does.
What if I'm in something like a Gator and it's
right there,
and it's only got one seat in it?
A Gator that has one seat.
I don't think that exists. I'm just trying to throw it out there.
See, like here, this would be a side-by-side and what I would call an ATV, although technically they're both ATVs.
Well, see, what I would do, I didn't like side-by-side, but what I would say, because I used to say an ATV, and then I would describe what it is. Well, it's a four-wheeler, or it's a Gator, or it's a whatever. So what they're saying now, inside the ATV conference, there's team side-by-side and there's team four-wheeler.
Yeah, you can go with that.
Yeah.
You can go with that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I call four-wheelers four-wheelers. I always have.
Yeah, well, technically they're all four-wheelers. But
you know what I mean? It's the term.
It's just what people are going to call them.
When I say four-wheelers, no one thinks I'm talking about what
you call a four-wheeler, I call an ATV. We both call the other side-by-side.
What I used to do, I never called, no, side-by-side's new to me. I used to say four-wheeler and ATV.
Okay.
Yeah, and really all that's wrong because they're all ATVs. And I needed to specify.
And all of them have four wheels.
Yeah, right.
Except a three-wheeler.
Except a three-wheeler.
So really the only specific thing we have is the side-by-side. Because
I don't know technically how what they refer to.
Well,
I hear people calling the side by side a side by side.
Yeah, to me, side by side started coming around in my life in the last few years.
Yeah. As ATVs got bigger.
Yeah,
and you want to ride with somebody.
Yeah, because or I would say this, and this is what we do at the farm more than anything. You gonna take the 4-wheeler or the cart?
Yeah. That makes
Yeah, but yeah, because if I mean the side by side is also an all-terrain vehicle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's we got our own language. Everybody knows what we're talking.
Yeah, I thought it was a UTV, utility vehicle for the side by sides.
Some people would call them that too. I've heard them call that. I know what they're talking about though.
Okay, so they would say ATV. You're right on that one, and we're supposed to call the side by side a UTV. But why is it called a side by side?
I'd never hear anybody call it
slang
a UTV.
for it, just like a 4-wheeler.
Yeah.
Got 4-wheeler.
Let me tell you how it works down at the farm. You gonna take that cart, or you gonna take the 4-wheeler?
Yeah, that's what we used to call
and then you go, no, the diesel, that's a work vehicle. Hey, you need to tell these boys, Rick, that these over here now, that's a work vehicle. It ain't some recreational thing. They get in it and they know one thing: to the floor. They can't ride them like that, Rick. I told you. Not if you want to have something. And the and I used to just, you ought to see the boys. They top the hill and see Gary there. Well, I just, how about this?
Gary, quit killing our fun.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about fun zone killer? You think Gary won't come in there and puncture a fun zone?
They call him JK, Joy Killer.
Let me give you how Gary sees.
Now, is he on his UTV or ATV?
You think I've ever heard? You think I've ever heard Gary use the word UTV?
No.
Ever?
No.
Hey, you gonna take that cart? Or are you gonna get on that 4-wheeler? And but like you said, they're all have 4 wheels.
When I hear UTV, I think you're having some kind of medical problem in the lower plumbing for some reason.
Urinary tract.
By the way,
when I first heard that,
that's that thing that Bill Clinton had, right? The UTV.
But he had a lot of problems.
Yeah, but but this is the way it works at the farm. We'll have the biggest day planned. Hey, now I know you got that birthday party going on down there. And I'm excited. That Big Love's turning 16 and everything, but hey, you don't need to let nobody get on them trails.
Is that all?
What? Hey, you need to keep everybody right there around them. And really, they don't need to be in that barn either, Rick. Where you want me to put them, Gary? Where,
out in the road?
Yeah, hey, don't let them fish in the pond. They're going to mess the fish up. Yeah. I mean, I'm like, Gary,
don't let them hunt in the woods.
Now, you can't light a fire today now. And I'm just, what do you want? Hey, leave them watermelons alone. I mean, what you want to do, Gary? I mean, Gary's vision of us coming down there is that,
go play jacks in the road.
Right. Hey, why'd you put that horseshoe thing over there? You gonna mess that area up? I know, Gary. There's pasture everywhere.
Yeah, plenty of room.
Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back as the show continues. We'll take some of your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. Fire them up. Let's do a phone trail coming back. Find out what's on your mind. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. HelloFresh.com. HelloFresh.com delivers everything needed right to the doorstep. Let me tell you, also add that it certainly doesn't hurt that it's 30% cheaper than the grocery shopping. And now more than ever, hey, them prices look good, don't they? Thank you. Thank you, President Biden. Enjoying this inflation, and it's just been awesome. But anyway, 30% cheaper than the grocery store, packed with fresh produce, too. And they offer a variety of options for you to choose from, 50 different menu and market options every week. Quick and easy recipes make dinner a breeze on those busy weeknights when the family's running. We got to get to the game. We got to go there. We got to get up to school. We got this thing. Oh, we got to go over here. We got this happening up at the church.
Yep.
And you can cook those meals. You can teach your family how to cook. Let me tell you, have you had meatloaf a la mom yet? Oh, yeah. They got family favorites. This is not just about, hey, I need to do a little better. They've got all kinds of stuff. One pot broccoli mac and cheese, big hits. But anyway, why don't you go to HelloFresh.com right now. Use the promo code Bubba. We'll get you up to 14 meals for free, and we'll get you free shipping. Now more than ever, HelloFresh is just a better way to do meal planning. Find a link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, we're going to the phone still to come. We're going to have to do a Rick and Bubba investigation. Somebody's jacket's missing.
Rick, also in the email, defined by insurance, ATV you sit on, UTV you sit in.
But where's side-by-side coming in? Do we need side-by-side if we have UTV?
Well, I think people just refer to it as that because they don't like saying UTV.
One of these I don't need. I'm going to stay with side-by-side. That sounds more outdoorsy, doesn't it? Hey, you got that side-by-side?
I got your ATV, UTV combo.
Hey, you got your ATV?
UTV sounds like some new streaming service.
But isn't a UTV also an ATV?
Well,
is it all-terrain or not?
They're saying that they're trying to change those, make it
for insurance.
Sit on or sit in.
Insurance? Is that what it's all about?
Probably.
I still don't know how side-by-side fits and all that. If UTV's got it covered, I don't need the term side-by-side.
That's just slang, Rick. Somebody added that.
Oh, okay. I like slang.
It's like
That's like ATV, and you say four-wheeler.
There you go. See, I like that a lot. I'm going to stick with side-by-side and four-wheeler.
I'm like you. The first time I heard somebody refer to it as a side-by-side, I didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, the first time somebody said UTV to me, I said, no, I think cranberry juice helps.
When I heard side-by-side, I thought, you know what I first thought of? A motorcycle with a sidecar.
Okay.
Well, Bubba. But I can see that.
And they're everywhere.
Side-by-side.
Yeah. Let's go to you see those. Don't you kind of? Would you ever ride one of those?
No.
What are those weird things that are like a Batmobile with the one wheel in the back?
Yeah, I see
the
those.
gold wing.
They're everywhere.
I'll see them.
No. I'm not talking about a motorcycle. Cars.
Oh,
and they have one wheel.
Cars?
Yes,
it's weird.
Have y'all seen them? They're like Batmobiles.
It's weird. Brian,
I wish I had.
Wish you had one. Greg.
The original Batmobile. You know, and I know we're going to talk to Bubba Watson today, and he's got a famous car, but the original Batmobile that Adam West and what's his name used.
That's not that. No, that ain't it.
Greg, you ain't got to scream at him.
Why are
He's
you
trying.
mad about it?
Greg, getting all mad.
What are you talking
Greg, I don't
about?
know why you're so upset.
That ain't it.
He's screaming at you now.
That ain't the one I saw. Similar. It's similar.
It's similar.
What if you had the original Batmobile and you could go down the highway in that? Wouldn't that be cool?
Well,
and it played
in the movie Rockstar.
Is that it, Greg?
Yeah, that's it. In the movie Rockstar, Donnie Wahlberg's character had it. Him, the lead singer for Still Dragon.
Yeah, he did.
He got him a Batmobile.
He did.
The original?
The original.
No.
Stand up. Greg, you're saying the first picture I showed you wasn't it, but the second picture was?
It looks similar.
Greg, that was actually a test. I showed you the exact same picture.
Well, you had a bad angle then.
That's it.
I think Adler's feeling better today.
He is.
Thank goodness.
He ain't crying like he was yesterday.
He wasn't crying. Brian in Alabama.
Why's Adler crying?
Why Adler crying? Because he got a little tummy ache.
All right, let's go.
Good morning, Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
Thank
you,
sir. What's on your mind, buddy?
My question for the FDA about approving the vaccines for my children is, if we only know how effective it is after we try it, how did we know strychnine was a poison? Have we ever tried on kids too?
Yeah.
Well,
if
you're an FDA commissioner and you're a doctor and you're on this board, I know what he's saying, but don't say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That ain't helping.
Look, you can do all the medical trials you want to do on everything, from aspirin to COVID vaccines.
I agree. I know.
But you really don't know until the general public is the full scale.
And you just
test.
hope it's right.
I'm sorry, guys. I was reading an email from someone who was reassuring me that they can understand the callers better than we can.
Okay, good.
Well, I can tell you that.
They think it may be part of our hearing too. The way these people
that
are
guy
talking.
didn't have a great. There's this phenomenon. It's not a bad signal, but it's like they're in a bucket.
Yeah, some of them, and I
get a lot of that in there.
There's people that don't have the some of the Bluetooth stuff. Some are good, some are bad. Some people hold the phone out like Speedy does and talks into it walking around, and sometimes that gives that muffled sound. You see that a lot nowadays. Somebody told me they get cancer in their ear. You know. Let's go to Garrett in Alabama. Garrett, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, y'all hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah, you sound pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, Green Acres, guys. How are y'all?
Thank you.
What?
What's on your mind?
Hey, when you was talking yesterday about that Paul Rudd movie scene where he was in a coffee shop, it made me think of another one. It was Daryl's character from The Office, and he was the barista, and this guy ordered coffee black, and he said, "Can't you see we talking white?"
Right when I thought I could understand it. Did anybody catch that punchline?
I didn't get it.
He likes his coffee black, and he said, "Have you ever seen your coffee white?" Maybe. Well,
I
a
didn't get
vanilla latte, skinny vanilla latte.
Oh, I see what he's saying. Okay. Let's go to Harley.
His phone would have been bad.
Harley in Alabama. Harley, go ahead.
Hey, guys, just wanting to know when we're going to hear from Coach Tuberville again on the work he's doing for us. Tried to reach out to his office to relay some of my concerns with no answer, but I know he's busy. Just wondering if we could get him in and get his opinion on the nonsense going on. Love you.
Okay, he wasn't on. He was on not that long ago. I mean, is there something new?
Yeah, next time he comes through town, we'll grab him.
I'm gonna bet.
I can't believe he didn't return that guy's call.
I'm gonna bet. Greg. I'm gonna step out on the limb here. I think Tommy Tuberville will talk in that microphone about these topics and say everything we've been saying for 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, and then ask him about Lubbock.
Let's go to Mark in Mississippi. Mark, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call, new listener.
Thank you, buddy.
I'm out here for work. I grew up way up in the north, so I wanted to weigh in on the side-by-side thing. My understanding was that with a motorcycle or an ATV, if you put two people on it, you got to sit tandem. And with the side-by-sides, you got the two seats side-by-side. And I think that was where the slang picked up, at least up north.
Why is Speedy giving me the signal for a slingshot? Why are you telling me about a slingshot?
Everybody is calling saying what Greg was talking about are slingshots.
Oh,
Is that
the
what they're
car
called?
he was talking.
Okay.
Well, I got behind two of them the other day.
Okay. All right. Let's
Get
go.
one zoom past the other.
Right.
Yeah, that's him, I think. I can't see.
Good, Bubba.
Let's go to Corey.
Nobody gave me anything.
Oh.
That was good.
One was a wrist rocket.
Corey, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Okay, so I grew up thinking that it ought to be illegal to slap stupid people immediately when they say something stupid. So I'm in that side-by-side stuff, and I call mine a buggy. However, there are some crazies out there. It's almost like you're carrying on a conversation with Joe Biden. They will call a four-wheeler side-by-side buggy. They will call it a bike.
A what?
Yes,
A
yes,
bike?
yes. I've heard that too.
A what?
Bike.
Yeah.
They mean the side-by-side?
Is he saying B-I-K-E?
He is.
Well, that makes no sense.
That's what he's saying.
I've heard.
I don't believe
I've heard golf carts referred to as cars, and I've heard the other referred to like he was talking
As
about.
a bike?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard motorcycles called bikes.
Jonathan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call, but great phone. Breath fresh air.
I was calling to tell them about the slingshot, but you already know now. But you can actually rent those in Gulf Shores if you go. Me and my wife done it. It was a blast. They had 5 speeds and automatic.
They're ugly.
Pretty fun.
How about I've noticed
I've seen a lot of
I
them.
heard you bring this up with people trying to go to carpool and carts, which I would already be thrown out of the school.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
it's
the other thing is I've noticed, when anything starts becoming too popular, because people can't call themselves on, I like this and this thing works perfect for that, but it doesn't mean it's appropriate for this.
Right.
People can't seem to reason that stuff out anymore.
They can't.
And I've noticed, like the last time I went down to that County Road 38 to go to the beach.
Oh yeah.
That some of those communities are saying no carts.
Yeah.
because
Getting
people
out in traffic.
because people can't reason
They can't.
that they don't go fast enough to keep traffic from backing up, and they can't reason that if you come off down this area, there's really not enough room for y'all to do this. That bikes can come in here, but really there's no room for it. But you can't seem to park it and use it where it needs to be used, so they just banned them.
Yeah.
And because there was a day, wasn't there a day people could say, I've got this fill in the blank, and it's appropriate for these kind of things, and I'm going to use it. I probably won't work for that. They just can't do it anymore.
No.
You seen the number of bikes on our highway?
Yeah, there's another example. It's like we've lost that ability to go, this belongs here.
Have you ever noticed how a lot of the bike riders will say they deserve the road just like cars do, but they don't follow the car's rules?
Yeah.
How they'll zoom in and out of traffic and run red lights.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought that was odd.
We come back, where's Speedy's jacket?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The show that doesn't do radio the way radio goobs want it done, but somehow is still here. 27 years almost in the books. Year 28 in January. So here we are, and thankful for you, because without you, we would not be here. All right, so I want to talk about something that's taken place, a couple things that were offensive about it. We've got to our topic for Rick and Bubba Courts today. What happened to Speedy's Mossy Oak jacket? So Speedy has been with his dad, as you know, who just had open heart surgery, and he is recovering. So Speedy was not here the day that Cuz Strickland was on the program from Mossy Oak. It got out of hand. Moultrie, he just ran roughshod in here without you here.
Okay.
I mean, he did whatever he wanted to do.
He just did whatever.
He almost did all 4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seriously.
Yeah. And so Cuz was in here.
Yeah, having a good time.
And we had a blast. So Cuz shows up.
Yeah.
And he has, as you knew, because you
some gimmies. Yeah.
You sent the logo. You sent the logo to him.
I did. As a matter of fact, it started days prior. Hey, could you give me sizes for everybody with jackets? And I'm like, okay, I kind of reading into what's happening here. I knew Cuz was coming, so I'm like, so I asked all of you if your jacket size was the same as your shirt size, because sometimes it's different. Yep. And Adler
had 3T.
Adler was extremely proud of himself because he's graduated to a large.
He has.
And,
no, he is not graduating.
And he said, I'll take a large. So I said 2 XLs, 2 XX, 3 XLs, and 1 large.
All right, well.
And then that's where I left it.
First, so Cuz gets here. Okay, and he
got an armful of jackets.
He's going up down the hall.
There you go.
Yeah, I had to rescue Bubba from Moultrie because he had him cornered. and
talking about land,
right? And by the way, we found out that Cuz and Toxie referred to Moultrie as slick.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think we didn't laugh hard on that one.
Yeah,
so here comes Cuz, and he said, "Hey, we got y'all a little something." He's bragging on the graphic, the artist that got the logo on in just a few days.
Did a wonderful job.
And all of a sudden, he's got one vest in there with nothing on it. That's going to be a giveaway.
A vest?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the Moultrie, with the feeder.
Okay.
So he goes, well, I just want to tell you. He says that we didn't have any larges. And I said, okay. He says, so here's a choice. I mean, this vest is the large because he didn't have the logo on it or Mossy Oak pattern or anything.
That was the one he was going to give away.
Yeah, it was
to
just
start with, right?
He said, you could just give whoever wanted the large, which I knew that was Adler, this vest, and we'll just give away the Rick and Bubba logo extra large.
Oh.
So let me tell you something. Big man on campus, Adler, steps up, and I said, you think you could wear this extra large? I mean, because this vest is fine, but it doesn't have the logo on it and all that. Well, he puts him on that extra large. And I'll tell you one thing.
Fit good?
It fits fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
He looks a little big.
Yeah, a little bit, but not anything. But
winter big. You need it winter big.
You remember the lead singer in Talking Heads when he'd wear that big suit?
Yeah.
He looks a little bit like that.
Well, it's one of those things where it fits Adler appropriately for hunting with a heavier jacket on.
Right.
Yeah, I mean.
Because normally you got clothes underneath it that you need more room on.
So I move on.
Yeah.
We all move on. We give away the vest. We move on.
Okay.
So then I hear. That's good.
Let's say it again, Adler. Let's say it.
So then.
Or never mind.
Yeah.
Could I tell you something real quick?
Yeah.
So I told the Good
Rick,
Time
will you
gang
ask to see it again?
and everybody. I said, hey, they're bringing gifts. Whatever they bring me, just throw it in my office and handle that or whatever. So I get back and I didn't see anything in the office. That's so good, Adler. I didn't see anything in the office, and so I thought, okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
And I thought, and it really, I really pinpointed you.
Well, that's
okay?
a good one to pinpoint.
And I said, I know what they've done. They've hid my jacket, and that's a good one. And so I let a day, or two go by.
Like you wasn't looking for
right. And then I thought, I'll come back in here and it'll be laying on my desk. That's classic Rick.
Yeah.
And so
because he got tired of keeping.
So the reason why I asked today was just because, hey, everybody, I want y'all to know, I know y'all pulled a good one.
All right.
I just wanted y'all to know I
gave
knew.
us a few days.
And that's where I come in.
And then y'all were like, what?
So I come through the kitchen, innocent victim.
Right.
A loving friend. And all of a sudden, Rick, I know you got my jacket. And I'm like, well, I don't have your jacket. Hey, it's funny.
Good one.
Whenever you want to, just give it back.
Yeah.
And I'm like, then, of course, I have to say, there was a side of me going, do I have his jacket? Right. And
well, I knew what you wanted me to do because this was your goal. Your goal was
you wanted me to ask for it,
Oh, yeah.
so you could enjoy me not being able to find it, and so I wasn't going to give you that pleasure.
Understood.
So I didn't ask
You
at
played
all.
dumb.
But
Understood.
I just wanted I wanted the staff today to know, hey, I know y'all got it.
All right, number
You know what I
one.
mean?
Look right there.
And see,
number
here's
one,
the thing: Speedy doesn't really need a jacket, but he needs a jacket to give the Lenores this time of year.
That's
You're
true.
right.
That's good. That's a good point.
That's,
That's
so
not bad.
good.
That's not bad.
So first of all, number one, offended that I was accused of something.
Rick, you should not be.
Because that's not my nature. Y'all know that.
You should not be offended.
Okay, all right. So
That's just good police work.
Number
on his
two,
part.
and here comes the sad part, because it's almost like you go back to the place where your keys probably are, and then you get confirmation, like that time I accidentally took Helmsy's keys. It would be like him saying, we finally found out, and me go, man, I'm sorry, I don't have them. So then you know, oh, no, they're really gone.
Yeah.
So I got bad news for you. I don't have your jacket.
Okay.
Nor did I get it. Absolutely, I would have.
Okay.
Disappointed I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, but let me
Me too, a little bit.
But let me point this out. We've put together. I think I know what happened with your jacket, and it's going to be awkward because the person who has it seems to really be connected to it now, and I think it.
First of all, though, you
Was
gotta
it a
look at
giveaway?
this. Wait, Cuz
No.
ain't big on Speedy.
No, that was
know.
clear.
It
That
could've
was
been.
clear, crystal clear.
Did you hear what
Based
happened?
off what happened.
It could have been.
Did you hear what happened?
And that's not.
Did
the
he just
case.
not bring him one?
That is a possibility.
Well, I do remember the incident in Starkville at the signing, and I do remember him standing in
You pretty
line
much
for what
highlighted
he
it.
said was over an hour, and we were having fun with him. Like, why in the world did you stand in line? Why didn't you just come talk to us?
Greg,
and
what
say,
did
hey?
what did he say?
He said Speedy completely ignored him.
I did not ignore him.
Said you
I
were
actually
a
was
little
having-
cold to him. He said, but I understood. They were tired.
See, here we go. I know. I'm
He,
not.
s-
no,
he
no.
said
did
we,
say all these
he
things,
said
yeah.
we ignored him or didn't give him
We?
a lot, but he blamed
Especially you.
himself, and he went to Speedy instead of us.
And he said I
that's-
gave Speedy my car.
That's what he said.
And I never heard from him.
Well, I don't know if. I mean, I'm going to say whatever Cuz said.
So
is
you calling Cuz a
accurate.
liar?
But
No wonder he
I
didn't
do
get
I
a
do
jacket.
know
Done
we
it
were,
deliberate.
I do know we were wrapping up and we were pressed that we had to leave.
And
'cause
you'd
we
said
were-
something like, who's this good and trying
No, I knew exactly who it was when I saw him, and we couldn't. But Cuz is very recognizable.
Greg,
No.
you know what he said?
Not then.
Greg, the sad
Yes,
part
it
was
Thought he was Toxie.
what was bad. No, worse than that. And you know what he said? Look, there's Godwin from Duck Dynasty.
But Speedy, you know what
Well,
was strange?
I'm just a little. Do you know what hurts me the most is the two of you didn't fly cover and protect me.
Honestly, I was.
That's
I
what
assumed
hurts
that it was in
the
your
most.
office.
Speedy, this is the strangest thing about the whole Cuz thing because he gave us his number and I went to put it in my phone and I already had an entry in there for him.
Okay.
And there was one digit off. So I'm wondering if I didn't put it in back years ago. Probably tried to text.
This is
and got
Bubba
a wrong
claiming
number.
that he tried to reach out to him, but hey, I had the wrong number.
Right.
No, I think I did. I showed you. I even had a picture on the address thing, and he
Of
sent it
Cuz.
to me. I
Hey,
couldn't add it.
whenever you want to give it back, just give it back.
When we
I
co-
know you
no,
got it.
When we come back, I'm gonna tell you what happened.
Okay.
I think I have a theory on what happened. You said you think I'm close, but I'm missing
You're
a
real
part.
close. All right.
I
Because
can
I saw it unfold.
just lay it back on my desk.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. We thank you for being with us today as we grind out another one. Now, well over 5,000 shows and over 100,000 segments. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another Rick and Bubba show. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for making it possible.
All right, so you're joining us in the middle of a little detective work here at the office. Speedy has no jacket from Mossy Oak with the Rick and Bubba logo. Cuz Strickland here on Tuesday's program this week. And Cuz brought everybody a jacket. There was some confusion.
Speedy didn't order one for himself. He's one to turn the order in.
I know it.
That's good.
And here are the
all this
he
is
didn't
good.
count himself when he was counting heads. He didn't count himself.
All
That
this
is a
good.
possibility.
That is
That
possible.
may be it.
No.
All right, so option.
This is all good,
and,
though.
And I know what happened, but option number one, Cuz is still mad about 14 years ago with Speedy, and this was it was an elaborate get back.
Yeah, and he just flagged Speedy.
Yeah, and he's waited he realized this is my moment to make Speedy feel like I felt standing in that line and never getting a call back.
All right, so what I thought
Should've
had
told us he was in
happened,
line.
and Rick, you said I'm not totally right, but what I thought had happened, he brought one to give away, and he brought Speedy one, and then somehow the one that he brought to give away ended up with Adler, and then I thought he gave Speedy's away. Is what I thought.
You are partially right, but not quite detailed. Your overall presentation is what happened.
And I saw it all happening, and since I had mine, I really didn't care.
Right. I know. Well, that's
right.
Once you have yours, I mean, who really cares?
I think we're getting to the bottom of it.
Well, I will say this: they were all extra large.
Not all of them.
No, those were double X.
I had the conversation.
I thought I heard somebody say, "All we have is
Adler, I want you, don't pull that up yet, but hold that. What you just showed, just hold that for a second because I want to bring that up in a minute. Let Rick finish.
Okay, so I actually had the conversation with Cuz, so I can tell you exactly what happened.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Cuz comes to the office, and we have to awkwardly go through the fact that he met us 14 years ago and we gave him nothing.
Yeah.
And then he said,
timing is everything.
Right, it is. And then he says,
when we're leaving, it probably isn't the best time.
And he begins to brag on the person who got the logo done in a short period of time.
Yeah, now that is
impressive.
And then he
about
said,
the logo I sent him.
And then he says, now of course Moultrie, trying to pry Moultrie off of him. I'm trying to Moultrie keeps trying to talk to him. Slick's got there's some kind of angle Slick's got, and so hey, let me tell you, Moultrie looks after Moultrie. And so anyway,
I didn't know Cuz was Gary.
Right. So anyway, so he says to me, "Hey man, just so you know." Something like that. He says, I tried to get a large because y'all said y'all needed a large.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have any
Oh,
large.
that's what I heard.
All right, so listen. We didn't have any large. Well, Cuz thinks that all he really needs to do here is one of two choices. Either let the person who wanted the large have an extra large.
Mm-hmm.
This is where Cuz got confused. Or we have a vest that we're going to give away today that I brought for Moultrie that is a large, and he can just have that. Now, this is where he thinks he has his number wrong, and then we can just give away the extra large with the Rick and Bubba logo on it.
Which was really Speedy's, which is what I thought happened.
So he thinks he's got more extra larges than he has.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So then what happened was
back to Speedy's count.
And now
Look,
we
were y'all holding hands here, Greg? Were you sitting beside him?
All right, so
do we even have it on video?
So here's the thing. So, and I know but here's the thing. Bubba and I were given a double X hoodie,
correct,
and a double X.
Right, yeah, y'all were the only two double X's that I sent them.
But we got two items.
Right,
Bubba and I got two items.
Right.
We got a hoodie.
That clears that up because I was like, "What is that?"
Yeah.
I just saw that in the video.
We got a hoodie, but I checked by the way the size to be sure he wasn't confused about that. Everything Bubba and I have is double X.
Right,
hoodie and jacket.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Y'all were getting two because y'all are on the logo.
Right. So anyway, and then we didn't ask for that. He just brought it, which I'm really probably more fired about the hoodie and the jacket because I probably wear it more.
I'm proud that I got one because somebody got none.
So here's what happened.
Got Greg, how many get none?
So then, and this is where it's about to get awkward. This is where it's about to get
wrong?
awkward.
What?
So I make the call because the vest looks nothing like the jackets.
Yeah.
I said, look, if this, if
nobody would have wanted that vest.
Bob Locke would have loved it.
If Adler can, if Adler can wear the double X and it's not impossible, doesn't fit well enough to even use, then Adler can have this vest, and we'll give away the XL. So the whole time he thinks he's got one extra, but he doesn't, and he thinks he does. And so anyway,
so it was one short to begin with.
Yeah, so
that's what I'm saying. Because if he thought,
but not
he'd
one,
replace the large with an extra large, then we should have still had the right amount.
That's right.
But he didn't.
See, that's what he thought. He thought they gave me an extra large in place of the large, and they didn't.
Okay,
they just didn't send the large. So
with no replacement,
right? With no replacement, but he thought it had been replaced.
Got it.
So Adler comes over, and it fits him. It fits him fine. I mean, it looks
Rick,
good. Matter of fact,
it don't fit him fine.
Well, not fine, but it fits him good enough, as I said a minute ago. So I don't know how to break this to you, Speedy. Adler's got your jacket.
When all is said and done.
He looks like Ralphie's brother Randy on Christmas Story.
Yeah.
Look, he's celebrating.
Now, see,
and since he was sick yesterday, I don't know if you want it back.
I think this is a great story for
Which,
the fact
by the way,
that you've just hidden it.
Yeah.
I think this is. I mean, this is wonderful.
Yeah.
So you think this is an elaborate hoax?
Yeah, I think this is. It's an amazing story, but Rick's just got it.
You want to know where you'd have jacket? What you want to know?
By the way, if
that's why I asked. I was
he
like,
wants
okay.
to know where Tommy Lenore's jacket is.
Yeah, he doesn't promise.
It's time to get. It's time to get invited for a hunting.
Told him, hey, I got you.
JC's birthday.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, y'all don't believe this? All JC wants is come out hunting for his birthday.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm gonna go.
Hey, now JC loves him some Rick and Bubba stuff. Now
This has been an elaborate hoax.
So I wish it was a hoax,
Rick.
but it is awkward now because Adler.
It's okay.
Adler has
Look,
your jacket.
it's all right.
I went by and Adler was clutching his jacket.
I know.
He said you'll
you
get it
want
from my
mine?
cold dead hands.
And
Look,
you
Rick,
want mine, Speedy?
And the fact that Adler had a tummy
I know.
situation yesterday, and he wore it the entire time,
Yeah,
fighting
no.
off the chills.
No, that's
So-
that's Adler's jacket. That's his jacket.
Well, yeah, I think it is.
and then I'll just get mine once you give it back to me. So we're good.
Once you get out of your closet.
Right. Once you get it out of your closet. Might have even moved it to your truck, which is a really good one.
that is funny.
Because
by the way,
Because I remember, I didn't really make a note of it, and I didn't say anything, but I remember thinking as we were talking and changing. I go, we're jacket short here.
You see what
somewhere."
happened.
Yeah.
He thought they just replaced the large with an extra large, and they didn't. They
Now,
just.
now, did either one of you go, hey, where's Speedy's jacket?
I'm gonna go.
I didn't even know
I
where
thought
mine
it-
was until mine was in my office that
I
Dan
thought
had
it was
put
in
in
your
there.
office.
So that's the only that's why I thought. I thought Dan had gone out and shelled everybody out, so I didn't even know. And there was one left in the box, and I just assumed that was for Adler because he hadn't got one yet.
Adler, are you willing to give Speedy's jacket back?
Rick, don't ask him that.
Huh?
Cuz made me promise I would never give it to Speedy.
Yeah.
You know why? He ain't big on speed.
So
I love that.
So here's the deal.
That's going to get back to him.
Greg, this is where I think because I understand in this scenario, Bubba and I are cuz, and the people who are trying to get him to understand what they're saying is all of you, and y'all been there with us before. Okay, hey, they're not listening. I'm telling you, they're not listening right now. I don't think cuz was supposed to give that vest away either. I think that would just be shipped from Mossy Oak, just like Moultrie doesn't bring the feeder here. It's shipped to you from Moultrie, and that was supposed to be the vest for the person who wanted the large.
Okay.
Okay.
And we
Because they
gave-
were out of large jackets.
and
Because we normally don't, whatever we give away during that segment, we don't ship. And
Got
I
it.
actually shipped that one the other day.
Yeah. So
there.
Bottom line, the Lenores might get another TV or
I
something.
know, but
They're stuck on that 3 times.
But Bubba, there's always some new feeders.
But Speedy, I'm gonna.
That's right.
I'm
The
gonna.
325.
325.
I'm gonna quote Jack.
Code name Speedy.
I'm gonna quote Jack Handy here, but I'm gonna put your jacket in the place of your car keys.
Yeah.
If you drop your car keys in hot molten lava, hey baby, they're gone.
Yeah. That's fine.
And I
Thanks, guys.
Now I know you can make if you're willing right now with everything you're dead. You're probably not.
Reach back out to cuz.
Yeah. If you're willing to put that kind of effort in,
Well, no, what I did is I texted Ashley, and I said, Dan's daughter, and I said, because I was investigating on my own if you were pulling a good one on me.
Wow.
So I said, hey, do you happen to know, did he bring all the jackets? You know, because
I didn't get one.
Right, because I'm like,
You didn't?
because I think the guys are pulling a good one on
Right.
me.
Yeah.
And I think they're hiding it from me. And she laughed and she said, I'll see. But I did my own investigation all along thinking that you were hiding it
I
from me.
know-
So that's why, because if she would goes, oh, no,
Yeah.
we brought all of them, then I would go, all right, y'all got it.
can I tell you
You see
something?
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She said, I'll check.
Let me tell you what this is like, and I feel bad right now. This is like Bubba hearing that that Cuz brought goat drop cookies and he didn't get him.
Yeah.
Because a
Goes back to food.
freebie to you is I know that's hard to miss. I know it's tough when one gets by. I mean, that's like a fish that got off. But what?
Well, no, this ain't about me. It was about y'all. Me thinking y'all were pulling a good one.
But I
on
know
me.
how that stings.
Yeah.
I know how that stings deep down. That there was a freebie and you couldn't get it in the boat,
especially when everybody else is wearing their freebie.
Sure. We've seen it happen to hams before.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know how he feels, don't you?
Ruth Chris all over again.
Let me tell you what I'm willing to do, but I don't think you can do it. I'm willing to just keep my hoodie and give you my jacket.
Rick, no. Nobody's giving me their jacket.
Apparently Adler does not share your attitude.
You see where baby brother didn't have your back? He's got a hoodie.
I said he's got a hoodie. Yeah, I mean, I would let him have it.
No.
I got a
nice jacket. It's got a logo on it.
No, it's good. But I mean, I would still have the hoodie with the jacket on.
Just do me a favor. When y'all wear your jacket, think of me.
I will. Adler, you want to model that for Speedy? Look at that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've been talking.
pass the gravy, please.
22 minutes now past the hour.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba Show. Greg, what have you got on?
It got a little cold in here. I'm not flaunting in front of Speedy or anything. It's got a little cold, Rick, and it's the only jacket I had in my office.
Greg is wearing his jacket that he got from Marcio with Speedy. Hey,
what's going on?
Hey, Hams.
Hey, are we going to take phone calls this segment or what? I've kind of been out of pocket.
That's
What's
a good-looking
going on?
jacket.
That's okay. That's fine. Y'all keep it up.
What are you talking
Hey, by
about?
the way, that extra large fits pretty good.
Yeah,
it does. It does. What's up? Oh, look.
Rick, what y'all talking about?
Yeah. Adler, how you doing, buddy?
Adler's good. Cameron?
Cozy, toasty.
Hey, by the way, that extra large is good on you.
Adler, hold on, wait, come here. Look. Okay.
It does
It
fit.
comes down over your thumb.
No.
Little man in a fat coat.
Well, you know what? You know what? That'll be good because you have all your padding
yeah,
on.
that's right.
outside.
Yeah, see, hey, when you're layering, you're going to be thankful for that.
Good job,
remember,
buddy.
Remember when you were a kid? I mean, when you had your kids were little and you'd like come home and you look and they'd have your boots on and your jacket walking around in it, trying that's what that looks like.
Speedy, if you want to laugh hard at Bubba,
Stays warm, by the way.
at Bubba and me, there was a push that we all would put them on, but Bubba wasn't sure where his was, and I knew mine was in the truck, but I wouldn't make the effort to go get it.
He wouldn't go get it.
Mine's in the Jeep.
Okay.
Okay. Can we talk about what's happening?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So I get a text from Cuz in the break.
Yeah.
And says, I've got another jacket for you.
Tell Cuz don't worry about it.
And I realized that I go back. You know how sometimes it'll show your history? That we were texting in 2014.
That's the last time you talked.
So how about that really did happen?
And
it also means Bubba tried to text him, but he had the wrong number.
He said, I said, hey, they're having fun. They're now putting them on and walking around. I sent videos of
you're
you
hot.
two
It's hot.
walking around. But you get so cold now. You
I
might
can
be
make
okay.
this segment.
And I said, my dad was just having open heart surgery. Don't worry about it.
That's good.
Yeah, I didn't have a good reason to miss.
He goes, I would never have left you out. I'm getting you a hoodie, too.
No, he's just still a little bit mad from back in 2004.
Does that put a little salve on that sting?
Huh?
Because,
Yeah, that's
you know,
fine. Well, you know what
now-
it does?
now-
It does now finally, unless he's in on it, which this is not past what you could do. This is, I mean, Rick, you could have pulled Cuz in.
Yeah.
Well, unless he's in on the joke and you still have my jacket.
Yeah.
But you've gone. This does probably put
that
to bed.
replacement stuff. A lot of times on that, everybody promises it's hard to pull through sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
Well, here's the thing.
He means well.
Speedy said what it felt like. He said, and I felt bad for you for just a minute.
This was me.
You're that little kid. Or you can either say you're like that little kid, everybody's opening gifts and you don't have one, or just simply say this is how Helms felt at Ruth Chris.
That's right.
Yeah. Do you remember that Ruth Chris thing?
Yeah,
Bubba?
yeah.
Rick, I don't. That was the weirdest thing I ever seen.
It made me feel real weird.
I laughed so hard I was crying because it was our big yearly meeting we have with Gene Hallman to go over a lot of things.
Yeah.
And he had all kind of swag to push every event that he had.
Oh, yeah.
And we're sitting, and Helms was fairly new with to the
was.
show
He
then.
was new.
But not
Not
just
that new. Not
It wasn't
that
his
new.
first week.
He'd been around a little bit.
Yeah.
And Gene had just brought enough for everybody else, and he'd left Helms out.
Mm-hmm.
And he, Rick, I had so much swag when I left. I had to ask somebody to help me carry
I
it
know.
out.
Oh, we had
and
so
Helms,
much
and
stuff.
Helms didn't
Yeah.
have anything. He didn't have a keychain.
Well, I think what made it
And-
worse is the guy reached over Helmsy.
Right.
Yeah, like over him.
I think Helmsy
to give something
I
to
think
somebody
at one time
else.
Helmsy was having to pass other people's stuff to somebody else.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
So do you feel better? Did you also take a note?
Cuz says he's calling. So
Do you know another thing?
he's about to call the hotline, I think.
I'd like to hear from Cuz.
I need to clear something up. Gene Hallman had nothing to do with that. I don't want y'all to think Gene didn't give me a gift.
In my mind, he did.
It was the
I think it
people.
was the people
it
that
was-
owned the restaurant and was running the restaurant.
And it was at a Gene Hallman meeting.
It was.
Yeah, but he
That's
didn't.
the only
Remember the guy-
reason Gene Hallman
In
was
my
involved.
mind, it was Gene Hallman.
And the
That's-
guy basically, in
That's
a
Cuz, Rick.
subtle way, said he wasn't a fan of me at all. But
That's
yet,
the thing.
But
He
yet he
kept
gave me all
giving-
kinds of
That's
stuff.
what was funny is he kept giving Greg gifts as he was telling him how much he didn't like him.
I know.
But he kept passing over me.
Oh, that's right. We had those Ruth Chris spatulas
Yeah,
and all
there
that kind
was
of
just
stuff.
a ton of
Fork
different
or
little
something.
things.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I did, Gene, I'm not mad at you. That
So
wasn't on
Gene left you out.
you. Gene had nothing to do with
So
that.
Gene didn't do anything for you.
So Bubba had that story completely wrong.
Well,
In my mind,
it was a
it
Gene
was-
Hallman
it was
meeting.
Gene
He's got
Hallman.
Gene doing it
But why would the restaurant have so much swag?
because they
against?
loved us.
They
Gene Hallman's the only one got like 4 events going on. That
For
would all
some
have
reason,
swag.
they came out and brought a steak, those big old steak for a lot of real similar to the stuff we have. That
Right.
And I mean, ours is better, but I mean,
and hams, they even served us all steak, and they had him a piece of meatloaf or something.
Yeah, they did.
They handed him one of the gifts and said, "Would you give this to Bubba?"
Right. And at one time, they asked us, "Do we want them to remove this guy who's hanging out with us?"
Yeah.
But Speedy, does this help any? Well, Speedy, also, you need to file away. Okay, you need to file something away. And look. I think we're pretty good to each other, but we're just guys, man.
Yeah,
it's not the way that women network and take care of each other. I mean, guys just don't do that as well.
I know. Once I saw my jacket, I forgot to check. See if
right, and you would think that if your friend is with his dad, who's having open heart surgery, and they're bringing jackets,
that should have been the first jacket we got.
Yeah, you really work on trying to get his jacket away from him.
I agree,
but we didn't. We got caught up in the fact that we got jackets.
And
we never looked beyond that. Which was a little selfish.
The funniest thing to me is that Speedy still thinks that there's a hope that this is an elaborate hoax.
Yeah, and look,
he's got a twinge to that.
If so, that's good.
But you know what did it too? Was that cell phone?
What hurts my heart? Oh yeah. What hurts my heart is that I didn't go over this with y'all and didn't really go over with Adler, but these two right here. My two little running buddies. I said, "Hey, take care of me," and put it. And they didn't. They didn't.
Wait, you talking about the kickoff
Rick,
hour?
I think Cuz wants to clear up this.
Hey, Cuz,
should I come back though? I mean, we're almost up against the break.
Yeah, okay,
we've
got time.
Should we do
back in the Cuz, hang on just a minute.
Should we do a full blown check in with Cuz?
Did you tell? You were texting. Did you say, "Hey, call, let's keep it going"?
No, I didn't say. I didn't say anything. Yeah, I mean, look,
I've got the wrong number.
Is this an iPhone
Greg,
all over again?
Greg,
Don't forget these two. Had somebody bring in an iPhone in a new box like it was mine.
Well, that was an accident.
And they open it up and it's Greg's old phone.
Now,
so
that was an accident.
I'm not putting this past
Greg,
y'all.
That was Speedy, like you're sitting out in the yard playing with a fish hook, and a fish jumped out of the water and got on it, and you couldn't believe it.
I know, because everything fell into place.
When y'all were planning this, did y'all go?
And I will say this: I thought he was faking it and going along with it.
I did too.
Well, it was a perfect storm because I knew the person coming in, and it was in a brand new box that they come in.
Can I tell you this? This is the best.
I was just doing what I was told by my superior.
Let me tell you this. This was y'all's version of what happened with me when I tried to do the prank on Garnett and Dawson. It got out of hand.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Rick, he hugged the guy. Gave the guy a hug. He didn't hug him. Guess what was in the
y'all
box?
at the hug
You forgot to build up to how much he wanted one. We heard that for 2 hours.
And then he hugged this guy, and he opened it up, and there my MV2 was.
Did you care about
Y'all
getting
enjoyed
Speedy? Did you care about getting Speedy's jacket to his office at all?
Rick, I'll be honest, I lost focus.
Right,
I did.
Helmsy, did you care at all? No.
No, he's shaking his head.
Bottom of the hour. All right, we'll talk to Cuz.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, we all feel kind of bad. I mean, we really do.
See you in December.
See you. See you, Santa.
Do you have my jacket?
Look.
Bring you another one.
We all feel bad. Speedy did not get a jacket from Cuz at Mossy Oak that we don't think.
The great visit we had earlier.
Yeah, Cuz came, brought us some Mossy Oak.
I hate I missed that.
Customized jackets. And
I really do.
Cuz from Mossy Oaks called us. Cuz, welcome back, man. Great time on the show Tuesday.
Hey, I can't tell you what that means, but look, I started watching y'all this morning live on YouTube, and I left. I had to get on a Zoom call with Toxie, my boss, and somebody come tap me on the shoulder and told me what's happening. I left the Zoom call. I'm about to shed some light on this court case right here.
Okay. Come on, Cuz, bring it in.
Here's what happened. I knew how busy you guys were, and before I even got to meet Rick, shake his hand, I took Speedy's jacket because Dan Moultrie told me he wasn't there and his dad was having surgery. I gave his jacket to one of you people down there.
Wait a minute.
Greg.
No.
Greg.
No.
Greg
Burgess.
Cuz is playing. Cuz is trying to put it off on somebody else.
You salty dog.
Oh.
Okay, I sold it.
Greg. I gave it to Greg. I said, there's going to be a lot going on. Do not let anything happen to this jacket.
You got to be kidding me.
Oh, wait a minute.
I just know Cuz is going to turn on me.
So this is an elaborate hoax. You little Burgess brothers are in on it.
I'm not in on this. I did just get I just now got a picture of my nephew, Greg's son. He has one on.
Greg, get out.
Taylor's got one on today.
Greg.
What are you looking there? What?
Well, so he got Rick Bubba here in the T on the back.
So Cuz, you gave it to Greg, and then Greg. So I thought that might have been what happened.
Cuz I just hope you didn't get in trouble with your boss.
No, I probably did, but it's just worth it. I felt like I had to shed some light, and I told Greg, no matter what happens, make sure Stevie gets this.
Yeah.
I'm trying to mend some bridges here. It's very important.
Right. Because you knew I was going through a lot.
So this you knew, but you probably wanted to pay Speedy back, but you thought not on this day.
No, see, because I told him the truth.
Not on that day. We said the prayer, and I was like, I got to make sure everything's right here. And we were praying for his dad, and I was like, today ain't the day. So, with that being said, I called my embroiderer. She's going to meet me at lunch. I'm bringing another jacket and a hoodie, and I'm going to ship it to Speedy.
Oh, you're going to get a hoodie too, so it worked out.
Oh, you're going to pick up a little extra.
But hold on.
Because he may want his nickname embroidered on there, Tommy.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. But what's going to happen to the one you gave Greg from me?
Nah, listen. Cuz is just, he felt bad because he was still holding a grudge from when you high-hatted him all them years ago.
That's not, Cuz we need to talk about that because I think I was just following the direction of these two.
Oh, here we go.
Because y'all were probably on some tight schedule, and we're like, we got to go. Let's go.
I'm tired. I had you in my phone. I just wrote the number down wrong.
Okay, here goes Bubba.
It did.
I told him it was bad technique on my part, and y'all were real busy, and it's divine intervention. It was meant to be, but I promise you one thing. I'm going to make it right.
Oh.
And when I leave here, I'm going to Facebook Marketplace to see when that jacket pops up.
That's fantastic.
I have no idea what y'all are talking about.
Because I didn't have your contacts many times as I stayed over at y'all's place. You think I wouldn't have called that in?
Yeah, I know. We fixed that. I know what happened. It was all my fault, and my wife made me feel so bad because she's a huge Rick and Bubba fan. I told you what she said. She said, you're some kind of PR guy.
She wasn't impressed.
Well, Cuz, we got a lot of good feedback on the show, and look forward to having you on the podcast coming up maybe in a few months or first of the year, and have you back. It'd be great.
God bless you guys. We love you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll send you some pictures of us in our jackets and Speedy standing there without his.
Yeah. I'm that guy on Christmas morning. Don't have a gift.
All right.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Hey, miss the show. Miss a lot.
Rick, okay, I got it.
What happened?
What if I pulled it out? I mean, I actually had the jacket.
Greg.
Because he felt bad because he held a little grudge against you.
Right.
Well, you did him, and then he felt bad about it, and he threw me under the bus.
I knew something had to happen. So just whenever you want to, lay it on my desk.
Can I tell you what would have been hilarious? What would have been hilarious is because and look, let's face it, anything's possible at this stage of our lives.
Right.
If all of a sudden I was saying, we got ourselves, the jacket and the hoodie, and Bubba's like, what? What are you talking about? And I said, well, you and I got two. And you were like, no, we didn't. And all of a sudden I went and looked, and I actually had two jackets, thought I had something else. It was Speedy's.
Y'all, I'm not making this up. Adler did come in. We were getting those jackets, and he was like, man, these are nice. Like he didn't have one. So when he did end up with one, I thought, well, that he just, I didn't know he stole Speedy's. But
Right. No, they intended for him to have one. Like I say, we're
Now, I can't tell if because you make a lot of stuff up. Did you just make that up?
No, he did. Adler was excited about the jackets. He wasn't sure he had one, and then when he got one, he was real happy about it.
Is that accurate, Ad?
And I realized it was yours, but I couldn't tell him.
Greg, no, you did not. Well, look, and I'm kind of. Can I say something?
Jacket gate is solved. I think.
It's
Cuz
solved.
threw me under the bus.
Listen, I'm all about Cuz, and I'm all about this. And he was trying to accommodate. But I
was very nice of him.
Honestly, I'm kind of glad. I don't like this for you or for the people that's got to that's going to have to deal with it now. But I'm kind of glad that Adler didn't end up with just that vest because it didn't look like the rest of ours. It wouldn't.
But it didn't have anything on.
Yeah, it wasn't anything on it.
I mean, it was
As far as the team, it was very nice.
Well, here's what
It was a nice
we'll do.
vest. What I'm saying,
nice.
it wasn't a Rick and Bubba vest. You know what I'm saying?
Well, whenever the staff hunts, I'll just take the picture, so I'm not in it.
That's good.
Because I don't want to be the guy that doesn't
or
have a
would you
jacket
mind taking
on.
a picture of the rest of us and send it to Cuz?
What if we just take a picture of the logo and tape it on just one of your
We
jackets?
could do that.
Oh, okay.
You've got a Malcio jacket anyway. We'll just
Sure, I love
We'll just tape
Malcio.
something on it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
Yes, he said on his way home,
It's probably in the closet down at the Lenore's.
just for a little therapy.
That's about 5 times. See if you can go 6.
Just for a little therapy, Speedy said that's it. He's going by Pratco. On the way home, he's loading up. Oh, he's backing up to the dock.
Are you injured right now?
Yeah. No, I'm good. I got my jacket.
I was going to tell you about
325.
I was going to tell you about Motor's new feeder, but you've already got one.
Yeah, you know all about it.
The old 325.
Oh,
You probably put that up, before your dad had to go up to Huntsville.
That was wrong.
It was.
That was just too early. He's still in ICU.
I mean, there's a lot of too early. So
I mean, it's good night.
Y'all ever cuss said that we was praying for his dad? I figured I got to make sure he gets his jacket.
I'm gonna ask Taylor how he likes his jacket.
Right.
He's got
So
enough.
it's a little big, but it's fine.
Maybe he should ask for the Warrior logo too, and we could
Yeah.
put Rick and
We
Bubba
could.
on one and
the big,
Warriors on
the big
one.
T on the other side.
Greg, straight
Watch
up.
out now.
Straight up, it really was up to you to be sure that Speedy was taken care of.
Yeah.
How's it up to me? He
Yeah.
did mention it.
Well, there you go. He didn't mention anybody else.
Well, you didn't really say.
I just said, hey, look, there's probably a lot going on. I know
thought-
he's bringing jackets. I don't know what else. Just whatever.
Straight up, and I didn't follow up on it.
This is
but
good, though.
He
Y'all-
went into your office at first. That's where the little area was kind of outside there. They were all yucking it up, and I thought that they had put it in there and then gave the rest out. I didn't. I could have checked.
Greg,
The office is
Well,
not.
he
Why
said
don't you
he
do-
gave you mine.
One of us feels bad because he was mad at you the other day and he didn't bring one. Then when all that happened about your dad and all, he felt bad about it.
Right. What about this? How quickly were you blinded by your own jacket and forgot about Speedy?
I completely forgot about
Right,
it.
yeah.
Once I got mine because they were a lot nicer. I mean, I thought, man, that's a nice.
They're
jacket.
really nice jackets. Speedy, seriously, straight up, they're good. Nice.
So I grabbed
Are they
mine.
really?
Have you seen them?
I seen him on y'all.
Right, man, they're good.
They are.
That's
And
fine. Well,
I
I originally
I'm taking mine home today because I know what'll happen if I don't.
Oh yeah, you better get it out of here.
Oh yeah, now that all this has started, you better clear the area.
Yeah,
You better
yeah.
write your name
Hey.
in it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Sharpie.
Right.
By the way, I did see S on the back of yours.
Rick. Look who else has one.
Everybody's got one.
Henry the Hulk has
Somebody say.
The fact that he just was silent.
Yeah. I love the adjustment of the camera.
Business as usual.
Well, to everybody.
That's good.
Your phone calls are next. Whatever you want to talk about.
All right, I'm good.
866 We Be Big. We'd love to hear from you when we come back. Lines are available, and we'll find out what you want to talk about when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to speak with you. And you can reach us right now. Hey, don't forget, if you want to go catch a man church tonight, Opp, Alabama, Westview Baptist Church, the land of 107.7. You can go by and see the Scott Dawson, and if you like, try to find out about how you can plug into some of the small groups that they offer through our Rick and Bubba Man Church curriculum as well. But you can be there tonight. No charge for that. Scott Dawson Man Church tonight, Opp, Alabama, Westview Baptist Church. Ryan's in Quitman, Mississippi. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Rick.
Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go right ahead, buddy.
Hey, Rick, there's a way to verify the jackets, because when Cuz was on the show the other morning, he said how many jackets he brought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he said how many he brought in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys were going on and on about how nice the jackets was, and somebody might have mentioned, I can't remember exactly how it was said, but where they came from, and he was like, "Oh no, matter of fact, those are the only 6 jackets like that."
Good evening.
Well, I think Cuz really told us what happened. He gave mine to Greg. That's what he said.
That's allegedly.
Let's go to
Cuz,
Greg.
have a little fun with you.
Greg in Columbus, Georgia. Greg, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Greg.
Yes.
Your next Hendrix appearance, do you want me to bring that $275 cash for that jacket, or just put it in your PayPal account?
Little baby brother got a new little jacket. Somebody just texted me from Oxford, said Gerald Cates has it on.
Yeah,
and he's proud of his new memorabilia.
He said he wants some memorabilia, so I had to get him.
Memorabilia.
That's funny.
Did y'all take care of him with Rick and Bubba stuff?
Well, gave him that jacket.
Well, Bubba, I just want to see this video just for your reaction. And you can keep calling now at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to. Australia's just turned upside down.
It is crazy.
I'm very, very disappointed in Australia right now. But on a much lighter note, can you imagine you're at the country club like you like it, and all of a sudden here comes a mob of kangaroos? Have you seen this?
Oh, I know it.
Look at that.
It's like a gang.
No, that's our version.
Can I pot it up? No, you can.
We have geese here.
Look at that.
Look how many kangaroos.
Look how they bounce. I've told you I want a herd of kangaroos just hop around at my house.
Look
I tell you what, if she'd hit that golf ball, she'd clean them out.
Yes, you would.
There's a bunch of them.
Are y'all?
Oh, there's a big one.
Yeah,
up front.
Would y'all be?
Look, there's a Joey.
Would y'all start getting concerned right now?
Well,
I don't want a whole bunch of anything around me.
If they get up on the tee box, I'm a little concerned. Them hopping around there is okay.
Look at them coming to her.
Why they almost act like they're tame. Do they
curious
think she's
little bunch.
feeding them or something?
Yeah.
Balls decide to settle in the middle of the fairway.
Do you think? I'm with you, Bubba. Have people been getting out there feeding them? Is that what's happening?
Probably.
And they see.
What do they normally eat? What does a kangaroo
I have
eat?
no idea.
I mean, if you had one, and he was hungry, what would you give him?
I don't know. When all else fails, you go with some sort of bread or something.
I bet they're vegetarian.
I bet he eats corn. Everything eats corn.
True.
Huh?
Yeah.
I bet he eats cheese because he's like a giant rat, isn't he?
What if you're playing golf around here and that
giant
kind
rat.
of
They're not a rat.
No, they're not.
You're thinking about a Looney
rat.
Tunes cartoon.
No, they're not in the rodent family, are they? They eat grass.
What they eat? Flowers, leaves,
They
ferns,
sometimes eat meat,
moss.
so.
Okay.
People's flowers.
Yeah, that's right. Speedy's jacket.
Speedy's jacket.
Ken and Coleman. Ken, go ahead. 30 seconds. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, how you doing, guys? The term four-wheeler came from back in the day when they used to make three-wheelers.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
They became so dangerous because people would try and make a left turn, they flip over the right handlebar.
I had one.
Yeah, there's three-wheelers killed.
Yeah, Greg had like a big old yellow one, a Yamaha.
Yeah, that baby'd fly.
So you're saying they did that to let you know, hey, we're done with the three-wheeler.
Shaft drive.
Yeah, you're right. I remember that.
Didn't even have a chain.
Man, we rode that thing everywhere.
That was fun, wasn't it?
Let's go.
Flipped it a few times.
Yeah, we did. Well, because they were not real stable.
They're not.
Will in Auburn, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Fired
I'm
up.
22. I just wanted to ask some life advice. Not really sure what I want to do later on in jobs, but, what I'm good at. I'm good at sales. I wonder if y'all had any advice for future jobs and how to be successful in the future.
Well, I got Cuz from Mossy Oak sale I can send you.
Step one, get the vaccine. No, I'm kidding.
You got to do that.
Well, I'll tell you this. If you can sell, you'll never be out of work.
No.
But you know, the thing is to sell and do something you enjoy, and then when you enjoy it, you will excel at it, and then money and the success of it will come later if you're doing a good job.
Yeah, sales is really, really hard, and if you're not cut out for it and you don't love it, but you're just trying to do it because you think it's a good way to make money, most people that try that approach don't do well. They just can't take what it requires. But if you sound like you kind of are into selling, you feel gifted at it, and you love it, man, you'll never be out of a job. People are always looking for good salespeople.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you have. Somebody's got to sell it.
And most people, when they're interviewing you, they're going to make the decision on whether you are not a candidate. Now, you may have to go through some steps with others, but they usually rule out the no way in about a minute and a half.
Yep.
So your first impression.
Look at them in their eyes.
Look them in their eye. Be dressed nice. Don't come in there weird.
Mm-hmm. Sit up. Be confident when you talk.
Be enthusiastic, because you know what most people want? There's so many talented people in this world, but there's not a lot of people that have a great work ethic.
And dependable.
Yep. They want to know that they can depend on you and that you'll get after it above anything. They can train the rest of it.
Yeah.
You know, but what I can't do, you can't, like we've said all the time, even when we've been in leadership or coaching, I can't coach effort. I can't coach that. I can't coach dependability. You know, you either are those things or you're not. And anybody can be a hard worker, and anybody can be dependable. Mm-hmm. That does not require talent.
Right.
That's it.
It requires a decision.
Yeah.
You remember, because the reason why we're here is because we kept showing up on time.
That's right.
Yeah, it's true.
Felt bad when I gave that speech to one of my kids the other day, and the speech says that we're not the most talented bunch. We just kept coming to work when other people wouldn't. Mm-hmm. And it was almost like the kid that I was talking to was like, "Yeah, I pretty much had that figured out." I've listened.
Got it.
I've been
tell me that one.
I've been around the show. I know that was not talent that got this done. Let's go to Gary. Hey, from Alabama. Gary, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
This is more serious than Speedy's jacket issue, but I had a question about the use of vaccines and fetal cell lines that exist.
And what's the question?
Well, I understand they use these in research and development. For example, the Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, they use them in production. Now, I know these fetal cell lines are old,
yes,
decades old. But, I mean, does that bother people?
Gary, I think your information is pretty much spot on, what we have read about it too. And there's different feelings about that. Some people want nothing to do with them either way. The problem is, if you've ever took any kind of medicine, you've probably already been involved with them.
That's
at least in the testing part. So I think kind of where I fall on it, and Rick and I were talking about this the other morning, I don't want any more done for this, but since we already have cell lines, go ahead and use what we've got. I mean, there's no way to go back and fix that. But what we've got, use. I think there's really better ways to do it. Like recently, instead of, we were talking about aborted fetuses in medicine, you can get cord blood and things that are donated by moms that can do even a better job.
Yeah.
And we've talked about that a long time ago.
They show more success.
Yeah, so there's ways around it. I don't think we can fix the past, but I understand your concerns.
Yeah, we do too, because we went through the same thing. But like Bubba said, because these lines go back decades, I mean, how many other things were they used in testing that you've taken that the doctor's given you, and the vaccines that you had as a child, and those kind of things, or even flu? Who knows? I mean, it's kind of hard. It's almost like boycotting things. It's really hard to stay consistent because there's so many variables that you can't really control.
And I think the consistent position is we don't want any more done for that.
Yeah, and the fact that we're not backing up on where we know that life begins,
right,
and where we feel on the where we stand on the topic.
And not all of them were from aborted babies. Some of them were donated from stillborn and other things. Right?
Yeah. So it's just really hard to make that your place to land, because it's got a lot of gray and murky to it.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and